Yo, what up, Cat? What's going on? How you doing today? Appreciate you stopping on by. I need to figure out how to fix that. I think tomorrow we'll try something different. Um. Oh yeah, Edge. I was grabbing the food when I got back to the computer and I was walking down the stairs. I heard you leave the Discord call. I was like, shit, I didn't get to say bye. Um. But yeah, I just got it down here. I got my water and I just set up the stream right when I got back down here. So I don't know how it tastes yet, but it should be good. Oh, you doing modded Terraria? I heard that shit's insane. I'm doing pretty good myself, Cat. You know, I got to work out in this morning, so my arms are killing me. I'm actually really fucking sore. Got some food just made. You know, slept until about 10 o'clock, so I've only been up about an hour. Bellcast Frost, like Frostbolt? Oh, have you, Edge? Yeah, the new build's pretty cool. Like now, in order to go into the different biomes, you actually have to complete like achievements and objectives in order to actually be able to survive in the new zones. Oh, Forbidden Right. Got you. Yeah, put together a kinetic blast build. It's slowly coming together. It's like super budget right now. Like I have like no good gear on it, and I'm just blasting T16 maps with it. The only thing it struggles at is single target like bosses. Well, bosses in general. It only has about 300k DPS right now, so bosses are a little rough. But everything else just blasts maps. Oh, interesting. Yeah, what up, Tover? Oh, that's pretty interesting, Cat. All right, so we're scarfing down some food before we get rolling. Look at my walking simulator guy. He's wearing a purple dress. Does anybody else get the Aladdin vibes from Jafar with these shoulder pads? Does anybody else see it? These shoulder pads from the original cartoon for Jafar. It makes me think Jafar. I don't know why. It does not. Like, look at those things. Yeah. There's a lot of WoW shoulders that look just like this. Yep. The shaman shoulders are like notorious for like having these like points and stuff. There are a few leather pieces and cloth pieces that look like this too. But they're a little more pointy. Like the point goes like more upwards. I don't know why, but oh man. But yeah, we're gonna get pushing in on our second character a little bit more. 125. Let's go. That's huge. Yo, what up, Dig? How's it going? So, Dig, you said the hardcore server is getting more popular. Is it getting more popular, or are people just making new characters? So now they're stuck in wolves until they get to a certain level. Yo, we didn't have to do that, man.
Hey.
Thanks, man. Thanks. I appreciate it. Oh, but Topher, low-key, I added that game to the wish list. That game looked fire. Oh, 100 people? Nice. I mean, that's not a bad thing. I mean, it's an annoying thing because then there's no grind spots, but more people could be a good thing. Yeah, that's what I was saying, Topher. It's like, it's good, but it's bad. More people's a good thing, but it's also a bad thing. Because then they get to fight those people for, like, those locations and stuff. Yeah, that's what I was saying, Dig. It's like, it's one of those things that you want to go and grind and be safe where you're at. And you can't like instantaneous. Hey, what up, Chew? Welcome in on the YouTube. I appreciate you for coming on in. How you doing today? Thank you. Coming on back. How was your last couple days? How you been? But yeah, dude, that's what I was saying. Is like, you want to go and grind wolves because you know it's safe. You know it's easy. You know you're not gonna die. But if there's like 30 other people there, no one can get an XP. So then you have to like either go to a safer place with even less XP rates, or you have to go to a harder place and chance dying. That's the problem, yeah. Just to try and kill people, Tover? That's fucked. Really? At roaches? I mean, rockers? That's fucked. Yeah, I mean, technically they're playing the game correctly. Granted, they used the in-game mechanics and everything to their advantage to troll, but they didn't do anything technically wrong. I'm glad you're doing good, Chew. I'm glad. Oh man, yeah, we just got up about an hour ago. You know, I got a bunch of stuff done in the morning, so we did a bunch of errands. We ran and did some grocery shopping, and you know, we went and got lunch, and then I came home and I mowed the lawn, and then I went to sleep finally at like 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And I got up around 9:30, 10 o'clock. Made just finished making my dinner, which was just a box of mac and cheese, and I just finished eating it. But we got the BDO. We play BDO as well. BDO has an event going on right now. Something insane. But it's basically they're giving a oh, hi wife. What? Alright guys, hold on. What? All right, I'm back. Sorry. Wife wanted to show me something. Ugh. Ugh. All right. Sorry about that. But anyway, yeah. So, like I said, I woke up at like 10, started making food, and then like I said, I play BDO, and BDO is doing an event right now where the weekly combat events for the treasure items are they're giving out an extra event weekly for each of the events, or for each of the treasure items, not each treasure items, HP pot and MP pot. So I was spending a little bit of time yesterday and a little bit of time today trying to finish up all the weeklies because I think there's 6 of them total. I did 4 yesterday and I did half of a one today. The one I was doing today is 1,500 Blood Wolf kills, and then I turned that one in. Now I have to get the event one, which is another 1,500 Blood Wolf kills. Kind of annoying, but it's not a big deal. I'll have my full HP pot and my full MP pot by the end of it, which is pretty solid. I'll have those 2 treasure items just out of the way. But yeah, that's what I was doing before stream. You're on your ultimate fresh start? What do you mean by that? Are you on Grim Dawn, Choop? You started over and you're like playing like solo self-found kind of fresh start on Grim Dawn right now? Oh, there's 2 times events on Gideon right now? Hold on. I haven't watched in a few days. Ultimate at level 1? I don't know what that is. Interesting. I haven't seen that yet, Chu. Like I said, I'm relatively new to the whole Grim Dawn scene, so that's crazy. Yeah, when I started this game, I started it on veteran right off the bat, and obviously I've died a whole bunch, but trying to obviously figure it out a little bit. Let us. All right, so we have double XP for what, 2 for a full day? So we'll pop 2 of these and let it go. All right. I should do a different one so I can get the other people for the other buffs, but do it next time. Yeah, Bear. So the one I just showed you is called Gideon or whatever. Whatever. I don't know. I call it Gideon. It's just an idle game. I can show it to you in just a second if you want me to. So long story short, you start off with like a single person here, and he shoots and kills the cards, quote unquote players. You move around the different like areas, right? So you start off like down here at like the basic place, and you move your way to the different zones, and then you end up in incursions eventually, and then eventually you go from incursions to no man's domain and stuff like that. But you have like this type of stuff, so it like generates materials that you use for other materials, like you can upgrade other things and rub things to make them stronger. Then you got equipment you have to craft and then you have to upgrade. So right now I got a new upgrade that they just released that I have to work towards, but I have to get all these materials to upgrade to the next tier, and then the weapon actually levels up itself while you're using it and stuff. And then you got ascensions and transcendence, which are basically rebirths and stuff. So, and then you can sacrifice some transcendence or some ascensions, and you can get extra bonuses for every sacrifice on top of that to a maximum, and then eventually you get to apotheosis, which is kind of the same thing but the next tier. Then you got a whole card system of pets, which you have to level them up and you have to tier them up. And then you have your heroes that you can like send on expeditions to bring back materials and stuff, and you can level them up and you can equip them to fight with you on your character. Like I was like right here on this card, these are all the heroes I've attached to myself. And then you got events to like killing bosses and doing like onslaughts and stuff like that. Um, so it's just a lot of little things that compile together to kind of make it a little complex, but not very complex once you understand a little bit more about it. And I don't take these games very seriously. I kind of just let them cook, and I don't like be super efficient or crazy about them. Uh, so a lot of times I haven't read Topher's message yet, but a lot of times like Topher and other people that I'm playing it with usually like, oh, you need to do this, you need to do that. You haven't done this. What the hell? You're a freaking idiot. Oh my god, you're so dumb. Do this, do that, and I'm just like, yeah, I'll do it eventually. And I know I should. It's just I can't bring myself to just doing it sometimes. All right. But this is the incursions that we're working towards right now. So once you fully unlock all these like requirements, you unlock the tier one ranks, and so you get like bonuses, and then you can work towards other ranks and other tiers. So, like I said, then you got crafting and stuff, so you can craft materials and things like that. But there's like events that go on, right? So right now, like every once in a while, they put up these like two times like EXP, two times tokens and stuff like that. But you can opt into these festivals. So when you opt into a festival by using like one of these potions that you craft, you start getting festival tokens, like these things down here, and then you can use those tokens to purchase like a new pet, and then you can upgrade the pet, like you can level it up, or you can purchase a new hero and you can level him up all the way, and then you can get new medallions. And medallions are like huge for like bonuses. Like this one's level 509, and it gives like a whole ton of like like attack multipliers, incursion points, stuff like that. This one gives a bunch of ele damage and legendary equipment levels and stuff like that. And then if I was to do like this event, I could unlock this hero, which would give me even more stuff, and then this pet that would give me even more stuff, and this medallion. And there's like four different events. Technically, there's five, I think. Oh no, is there four now? Okay, I was wrong. There's only four. I thought there was a fifth one before, but just being dumb. But anyway, yeah, that's basically the idle game itself. It just plays by itself, and then you can upgrade like the world tiers to make mobs harder and harder. But you want to make sure you're always able to one hit things, and then as your level goes up, because I'm at like 3 million right now, as I get closer to 4 million or 5 million, the HP of the mobs go up as you level as well. So you got to be careful with the world tier you go on. You might be able to one hit them at low levels, but at higher levels, like let's say you're like level like 2000, and you're able to one hit them, but at level 5 million, you might not be able to kill at all because that's so much extra HP. You gotta be careful with that.
A blessed welcome.
All right, let me catch up on what Hooper was saying. Chu, quick question for you. Since I'm assuming you're playing Grim Dawn, and you said you like restarted over. What is your like go-to favorite skill? Just kind of curious. I like to ask questions about people I don't really like, haven't got to interact with a lot. I like to kind of get to know them a little bit. Kind of, what kind of player they're like. Are they like a magic player? Are they like glass cannon players? Hanky players like me. So what are the pants gonna give? Yeah, so I was kind of curious on what Dig said. Like, why is it Gadian? Oh yeah. Did I say that before? Cover? Provides the most damage? Interesting. That's interesting. Okay. I mean, I can look at it later. It's not a big deal. Weird I can't go in this way. Like, it's like yeah, I've been having a blast watching My Hero Academia. I wasn't actually expecting to like it because the artwork kind of just threw me off, and I wasn't a huge fan of the artwork. Specifically of All Might. Like I hated his like transformation faces. How he would go from like the super smiley, like squinty-eyed dude like this fucking Confidor fucking hair bullshit, to this weird triangle headed, weird deflated dude. Like that, the whole art style of that character just completely threw me off. Like in the first 20 seconds of like seeing him, I couldn't do it. Oh, you're asking for like more details in the Discord right now? Okay. I would say so, Dig. I agree that I think the incursion point and the medallion points are good. I wouldn't say in the long term. The reason I say that specifically is because I'm pretty sure medallions have a cap out point, right? So at a certain point, the medallions are maxed out, and then those extra points mean nothing, right? Because you can't level them anymore. So, but getting to max as soon as possible might be the beneficial route, right? Like, yes, once they're maxed, it's a useless stat, but getting it to max versus just having a little extra DPS output from like an item, you know what I'm saying? Like, let's say the weapon gives you an extra 10% flat damage, right? Like up front, boom, 10% damage right out the gate, good to go, right? But the medallion could give you 20-30% DPS increase once it maxes out, right? It might take a little longer, but getting that medallion maxed out faster would give you overall more DPS in the long run. I think that's what you were going with, right? Same thing with like the corruptions, maxing out your corruption levels on your pet cards and your heroes faster might give you more DPS overall increase down, once they do get to max and they get into max faster than getting a just straight up item that gives you like 10-15% damage. I could see that being like the reason, right? Wait, did it give plus 79% enemy HP reduction? Or is it just like a flat number? What? That's weird. Huh. I wonder if there's some like, not diminishing return per se, but I wonder if certain higher tier mobs require more of a reduction because they have some sort of resistance to it or something, maybe. So if you don't have, like, let's say you have exactly 50%, right? On a higher tier mob, maybe that 50% doesn't reduce it by actual 50%, right? Because they have some sort of either reduction to it, or their HP is so high it doesn't actually reduce 50% of it, unless you have like enough of it. That's the only thing I'm thinking. You have 40,000? Shit. That's actually insane. Well, the cap is 50% from the mob. Well, what I was saying, Dig, is like maybe on some mobs you need more than like the 50% to get the mob's HP down to 50%. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like how I would expect armor to work in most games, where 1,000 armor reduces physical damage by X amount, but the harder you get hit, the more armor you need to reduce it by X%. Right? I feel like that could be a thing. Oh, it overflows? Okay. Well, then it's not a bad thing. At least they don't give you dead stats like that. That's kind of nice. At least they give the overflow like a reason. It's kind of nice. Primal Strike. Is that a shaman ability? Sorry, I haven't played all the classes yet, so I'm not, and I'm usually really bad with names. But is Primal Strike, I thought I saw it when I was like looking around, but I can't remember who it was on. I'd have to see the skill. Yeah, I'm not recalling off the top of my head. I don't think I tried that one yet. But, so you just walk around and Primal Strike everything to death? Is that like a single target skill? Yeah, I know, Topher. Some of them do say that. I didn't know that that one did. I never paid attention to it. Bum bum bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Ooh. I was a little scared. I hate these fucking death pools, bro. So annoying. Celestial tokens on? What are those? Is that the like the moon tokens and stuff? I know nothing about that. I saw the update Topher posted in Discord the other day, and I was completely and utterly confused about the moon stuff. Yeah, I saw the moon in the top left, the moon and the sun thing. I have no idea what it is. I haven't really looked into it yet. Alright, almost discovered this whole area. Is that a boss? Oh, the big dude. Oh, so you get 2 moons every 2.5 hours. Oh, I didn't know there was upgrades. Okay, and then according to what Dig just said, you can put them on like EXP and stuff. Okay, so every 2.5 hours you get tokens to spend on upgrades, and then for 2.5 hours, you know, on a rotation, you gain that bonus. Interesting. Okay. So for like basically 50% of the game, you'll have whatever those bonuses are. So in Dig's situation, he'd have extra XP during his night phases. Interesting. That's kind of cool. I kind of like that. Because if you think about that, Tover, you could it gives you a little bit, like, it's a little tedious, but you could min-max that by during the night phase with your bonuses. You could go and do higher tier stuff, right? Because you might have more damage or more, you know, whatever. So you can up the world tier during your night phase to do something. You know, if you're not strong enough to do the max world tier already, you can do like a higher tier world tier for like a couple hours, and then, you know, when it goes back to daytime, then you switch it back to the lower tier and you rinse and repeat back and forth, you know, as you're actively sitting on the game. Oh, only if the moon procs. Got you. So it's not just your night phase. It's only when the moon procs. Gotcha. Okay, I don't think I want to be up here yet. We're gonna drop our TP here. Come back. Interesting. Is there a way to get the moon to proc more often? Because you said it's 14% chance to trigger. Is leveling it up? Okay. Do you know if it's possible to get it to 100% chance or not? Or is that like kind of out of the question? Yeah, because didn't you say yours was level 9 out of 120 and it's only like 14%? So it feels like it barely went up any in the 9 levels that you put in, or the 8 levels. That's so the only thing we didn't discover is right here and right here. And then to the left. I can always fast travel back to this and run left. So let's go up here first. Finish covering the rest of this town and right side a little bit. Oh shit, man. Oh, for all of you that didn't notice, I did put up the new community night vote for July. If you guys are interested in voting and or reacting to let me know that you want to come and play.
That's locked.
I don't know what I'm supposed to do about that locked chest.
A blessed welcome.
Go up, down here. Check that out. Sorry, I don't know what it is, man. I just can't help it sometimes. My brain just doesn't get enough oxygen because, you know, I'm dumb. Can't help it. Got you. Yeah, use the elemental. Got you. Yeah, thing seems pretty sick. Yeah, I'm a little sad. I found out last time I streamed that you can't really double dip damage except for situations where you have multiple elemental damages you're doing. So let's say you're doing cold and fire, and instead of picking up like direct cold and direct fire separately, if you pick up elemental damage, that's the only like double dipping I could think of. Because um conversions don't allow you to double dip, really, from what I've gathered. I'm a little sad about that, if I'm being honest. Because in other games, you know, you do, like, let's say you do 100% physical damage converted to fire, right? If you scaled your fizz damage with, like, fizz percent and added fizz damage and things like that, then that fizz damage would then convert all over to fire 1-to-1 ratio. So scaling your fizz indirectly scaled your fire, and then you got like extra fire damage on top of all of that, and you know you kind of double dipped. So on an item that had plus fizz percent and plus fire percent, you would get like a shit ton of extra damage. It seems like this game doesn't allow you to do that, which is a little sad, but. All right. Oh, okay. I have to pee. I've been holding it for a little bit. Give me just a second. Alright, I'm back. Am I doing the expat content? I have no idea, dude. I'm just kind of following the thing as it tells me
You
to
look
do things.
thirsty as fuck right now.
Yeah, I did, Bear. I read I read it. It seemed a little confusing until the very end, where they're like, "For example," and I was like, "Oh, that's what they mean." I was so lost. It was so obnoxious. The way they wrote it was just so horrible. I actually do want to look up Primal Strike really quick. Grim Dawn Primal Strike. I just want to see what the skill looks like. Okay, pulling up a quick YouTube video of someone playing it just so I can see what it looks like. I don't care about your intro. I just want to see you punch something with it. Okay. Can you pick up Primal Strike so I can see what it looks like? That's good for it. Oh! So, Chew, is Primal Strike basically like you punch him in the face and it like chain lightnings to everything? And then, like you said, then you add in that elemental damage from the other skill to scale it even further to give it more elemental damage? Wait, you hear... What do you mean you hear redeems twice? Oh, are you on both? Are you on both streams, Tover? Wait, why do you hear it twice then? Really? Oh, I would like to fix that. I didn't know it did that. Huh. I wonder why it does that.
Holy Jesus. What is that? What the fuck is that?
Are you gonna clip it and send it to me? I'm really curious on why it's double triggered. Oh, so it's a lightning strike that does an AoE. Interesting. That reminds me of Herald of Thunder from Path of the Exiles. So when you like hit somebody, it like procs like a thunderstorm kind of thing that strikes lightning down on things. But that's kind of cool. I mean, there's also, I think, Lightning Strike that does the same thing. That's interesting. Yeah, I haven't seen that skill yet. Pretty cool looking though. Like it gives you that little bit of AoE. Because the thing I hate about some skills is like it's purely single target, it doesn't hit multiple targets. But that one being able to hit AoE is kind of nice. Sorry, Darpa, thanks for that. I want to hear this. Wait. That didn't work. Hold on. Yeah, that link didn't work. So, I'll pull it up manually. Oh, that was weird. Okay. Huh. I wonder why it does that. Ugh, I have to listen to myself. Ugh. I want to cringe.
Holy Jesus. What is that?
What the?
What the fuck is that?
Yeah, it like echoes. Kind of. Are you gonna clip it? Interesting. Yeah, sometimes Twitch gives you a link that just doesn't work. Yeah, I'm curious on why it does that though. Because I know it's streaming it to 2 different locations, but it shouldn't have 2 different audios like that. And it's not like they're only separated by like a millisecond. So it just elongates it by like a little bit. So it makes it sound a little echoey. That's weird. Yeah, that's really weird. Okay, am I? Okay, I think I have to go north now. That's weird. Oh, interesting. Edge, are you alive? Edgerino? Alright, I guess I have to go here. Hoven's Refuge. Yeah, I didn't know it was a thing. Like I said, I don't really rewatch my streams. I figure if something's weird, someone will tell me.
You've returned. Now, the altar of return. Now that you have, ever since the.
Now that you told me, I'm gonna see if I can fix it. I just don't know how. If I'm being honest. Alright, so I still haven't figured out the 3 bloods. Final ritual. Okay, so I think this is the ritual we were just talking about, and then I don't know about the cult one. So Topher just brought it up to me that my alerts sound relatively echoey ever since I started dual streaming. And I know you haven't dual streamed before, but do you have any idea of why that could be a thing? Here, I'll send you a link really quick.
Oh shit! All right.
He got you. From specific mobs bears. Yeah, I haven't figured that one out yet. Because like I was reading it, and it says scour the ruins of the temple of such and such, and the Carrion docks located beyond Coven's plateau to the north. I don't know where that. I haven't been able to find this. That's why I was like, I've been like hovering over things and like, it's like we got Coven, we got Ancient Grove, we got this place, we got, you know, Warden, Underground, Warden, Abandoned, Hollowed. Like, I figured it's on the left side somewhere, but I was just trying to go through everything and see if I could find where it's at.
Ooh, a piece of candy.
Oh my god.
Ooh, a piece of candy. Ooh, a piece of candy.
Okay, so switch one of them to just output and not monitor. Okay, let me try that really quick. I'll switch the YouTube one. So which one do I change? Because they're all on monitor and output. So should I just put them to all output instead of monitor? Because the problem is I want to be able to hear it. But I think while I'm hearing it, it's hearing it and outputting it simultaneously. So is that why it's doing it? So should I just change it to monitor only? But then that mutes output. So that's a good thing, right? Because it should play it via what I'm listening to instead. Oh wait, that's the wrong one. Actually, we'll just change them all to this. Because if it's doing it for this one, it's gonna do it for the YouTube alerts as well. Bro, I never turned my desktop audio off. I never turned it off. You never told me not to turn it off. How else am I supposed to like capture all the like the game sounds and everything else? Because I don't game capture. That's what I did. So I monitored sound alerts, Twitch alerts, and I was gonna do all of them because if it's playing through my desktop audio and because I'm hearing it and it's playing through my desktop audio, I don't need to output it. All right, that should fix the problem. In theory. So anyway, Bears, you said Carrion Docks and Temple of Aziri, whatever it's called. Yeah, I've been looking for those. Like I said, I have no idea where to look for them now, unless they're like way up here. I did miss this. This one said it was locked when I went to it. I don't know if that's a problem. I just don't see. Like, obviously, I'm not gonna see the ruins one because it's like it's gonna be a cave within one of the zones, but I don't see the dock, the Carrion Dock. Like, where is that? Is that like over here somewhere, maybe? Somewhere I haven't been yet? Oh, they're over here. That's why. Okay, so I have to go through this zone. I don't even know how to do that. Interesting. So I have to move my way through here to get up to here. Okay. That's what you were saying earlier, Cap, about the desert DLC. Okay. That makes a lot of sense now. Echo's gone? Alright, thanks for that. Thank you, Edge. And also, Edge, you said I supposedly turned it off before. I don't remember ever turning it off or talking about that. But at the same time, like, if I turn it off, how am I supposed to be able to monitor all my sounds? Like I said, like, obviously I have Spotify set up as its own thing. I have Discord set up as its own thing. But, like, all of my games and everything else, I don't game capture. I just display capture, so it won't capture any of my game sounds if I don't desktop audio. I'm not scratch my face. What? So I'm assuming it's somewhere around here. Because this is the dock. I'm assuming the plateau is probably somewhere around here. Oh, Temple of Osri right here. Come on. This thing right here. Yeah, it says Temple of whatever right here. Okay. Interesting. So I gotta get over there to do it. Okay. That's why I haven't been able to figure it out, because I haven't gone to the actual zone yet. I'm not gonna go that way, because that way just keeps making me right back this way. Also, Bear, welcome in. Appreciate you stopping back in, and thank you for the follow the other day while I was streaming. I don't know if you followed after I got off or at the end. I don't remember thanking you, so I want to thank you now while I can. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you for that. And also, Kep, thanks for coming on in and hanging out with us again as well. Appreciate you guys. I think there's a way to finish covering. Alright, that looks like something we need to deal with in a little bit. I don't really know what those portals are, but I tend to run across them every once in a while. Open 10 one-shot chests? What the hell does that mean? Is that trying to tell me that that chest could have killed me? Oh, gotcha. How the motherfucker just heal? He's like fucking full healed. How's that shit? That piece of shit. Oh, hold on a second. IT text. Okay, like low key, this is hilarious, Topher. I think you might like this. I want to play it, but I don't want to play it on stream. Because I definitely don't want to get in trouble. Guy plays like a Simple Plan song, like he's playing it on his guitar. And he like voices over a completely different like lyrics, and it's hilarious. Yeah, I had to email it to myself. It's actually so funny. So relatable, bro. So relatable. Alright. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, the wife sent me a like a Facebook little like YouTube short or whatever. And it's a guy, he's playing the guitar to like a Simple Plan song or something. And he's like doing his own lyrics, and it's just hilarious. He's talking about like back in the day, the only things we had to worry about were like Y2K and blah blah blah. And he's like, when did YouTube become TV, and what happened to Napster and Livewire and stuff like that. Like it was just it's a blast from the past with like the older stuff. Kind of funny. Alright, so all of that is cleared. There is the one red portal to our right. Check the left. Okay, so we can't actually go. Guess it's the red portal for the win. I don't know why, but this zone reminds me of Diablo. Maybe it's like the darker themed aspect of like being in hell. But it makes me think of like Diablo a lot. Oh, someone in the bathroom? That sucks. Yeah, I think that's like the worst part about like having roommates or like living with people, like other people, is that there's only one bathroom. It's the fucking worst. Like I remember when I had a roommate, obviously when I lived at home, obviously we had one bathroom, and it was really frustrating. So when I went to get a roommate, my only requirement was we had two bathrooms. Like if the apartment or whatever did not have two bathrooms, I refused to sign it. Because I am not gonna come home after being in the car having to shit my brains out. Been holding that shit for 20 minutes, really having to fucking go get home, and my fucking roommate's in there brushing his fucking teeth, taking a shower or some shit, and I'm sitting out there fucking squeezing cheeks, you know, trying to run down to the fucking like, the gas station down the street, fucking take a dump. You know what I mean? Like, no fucking thank you. And then obviously when me and the wife moved in together, I no longer had a roommate, I had my wife. We ended up in an apartment with only one bathroom, because it was like basically like a studio apartment at the beginning, because I didn't have a job and she was still going to school, I was still going to school, so we had a studio apartment and it had one bathroom. And that shit was frustrating. You know? I'd come home and I'd have to go to the bathroom, but she's in there, you know, I don't know, fucking either using it or taking a shower or something. I don't know what the fuck she was doing, but she was in the bathroom. I can't go in there while she's in there, you know? So, when we moved out of that place, my main fucking, well, sorry, not my main. My main one was I needed to have fiber internet. And then my second one was the kitchen had to be big enough where I can dodge fireballs. If a magician showed up and started throwing fireballs at me, I need to be able to dodge a fireball. That was my second requirement. And my third requirement is I need to have at least 2 bathrooms. Dude, my realtor laughed so hard at me when I said that. He's like, "Are you serious?" And my wife looked him dead in the eyes and says, "He's 100% serious." It was pretty funny, not gonna lie. And then when he was showing us houses, he's like, "Hey, can you dodge a fireball in here?" Like, he leaned into it. It was pretty funny. Oh. With a shitter seat on it? No, no thank you, Tover. No thank you. I went down to the gas station. I've only had to do that like twice in my life. Yeah, at least a half bath. Like, at least a 1.5. It needs to have a fucking second toilet. That's the goal, right? If it doesn't have a second fucking toilet, I ain't doing it. You know what I mean? Second toilet. Has to have a second toilet. Yeah, Battle Friends. Dip, potato chip. No teabagging. I've seen some of it. Pretty funny. But the fireball thing, Topher, have you ever seen the Clash of Clans commercials back in the day? Let me see if I can pull one up. I'm gonna mute the music really quick. Hold on.
In a world with fireballs and explosions, one man finds the time to keep his goatee in pristine condition, even without proper grooming equipment. Some say he's incredibly handsome. Others say he's the most handsome. But everyone says he's the wizard!
You and this army, Clash of Clans, download for free.
Okay. Okay, that one didn't say the fireball one, so let me find the fireball one. But that's another one. Yeah, I didn't want to show it. Like I said, since I'm streaming to YouTube, I don't want to show it.
Fireball!
Oh, this is the one. Alright, here, I'll send it to you, Tover, so you can actually watch it. I'll send you the other one as well, because the other one's hilarious. Like, you heard it, but but anyway, yeah. I mean, if you guys want, I can put it in the actual Twitch chat so you guys can so you can all watch it if you want to watch it. But that shit's funny. That shit's so funny. Like, I don't know why, but that's like what pops into my head all the time whenever I'm playing like video games like this and I see a fireball. I'm like, fireball! Fireball! And then the first one where he's talking about his goatee is like, I'm the wizard! It just cracks me up, man. I can't fucking help it. Ugh.
Mask.
How you doing, sir?
Oh, doing good, man. Kill number 50.
We just started the game.
Yeah, how about you guys?
I just got out of the loadout screen. We were
Yeah,
just
we just.
Just a quick question, sir. How does one get to where you're at?
Prioritize.
Prioritize like what? Like what?
Do you guys have jobs?
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah.
Both wrong answers. Lose the jobs. Number 2, sex. You guys having some?
What? Yeah, I mean.
Wrong answer. Sex equals minus kills. No sex plus kills.
I never looked at it that way.
Yeah.
How much sex do you have?
None. Battlefield's my pussy. You got a shit bucket?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, a shit bucket.
I don't.
I'm not sure I follow.
You go to the bathroom, you're not playing Battlefield. You're shitting in a bucket, and you're playing Battlefield.
I can't believe we didn't think of that. So you have a pile of shit under you right now.
Yes. Man the fuck up, guys.
Whoa, hey, who killed this guy?
I did.
Hey, check out this kit this guy has. Oh, wow, this is an M26 Dart.
No, don't do it.
This is like the God gun right now. This is...
Soldier, there's no honor in killing a man with a glitch gun. Yesterday, I took down an attack chopper with a knife.
Stop. Dude, stop looking at it. Stop. You're not going to take it away from me.
Don't fucking do this again, man.
not.
You lose your shit whenever you get a badass weapon.
You're losing your shit right now.
We need our squad, okay? I'm already a medic, and we need you as an engineer.
It's all about the team.
There's vehicles everywhere.
Well, now we got 2 medics, and just one of us is more badass than the other.
Guys, we're wasting time. I'm out of here.
We're right behind you, sir.
You guys are honestly slowing me down.
So you just want to go rogue?
You know what? As a matter of fact, I do want to go rogue. All right? So why don't you guys just leave? Try to do something fucking useful for once.
If you're going to be this way, fuck you.
You're on your own, dickhead.
You know what? I don't need you guys. I don't need you guys, and I never needed you guys. Because I got an M26 Dart. An M26 Dart.
There's one. There's one. There's one. There's one. There's one. There's one.
I love that series, dude. Series is so good. Alright, back to what we're doing. That's good. Oh my god. So, over. I remember you sent me that those Asmongold reactions and stuff like that about the whole World of Warcraft fucking commercial or whatever, which was hilarious, by the way. I honestly, I don't know why Asmongold was being so harsh on it. Like, I do agree that it is complete and utter dog shit compared to the older cinematics that we used to get back in the day. Like, the true essence and heart of WoW was in those cinematics. Now it's just really kind of just, ugh. It's really bad, right? It feels really bad just watching that. But I feel like he was just, like, overly critical about it. But it's not a big deal. I mean, obviously, you know, it's YouTube content. It's content. People enjoy watching it. I'm not going to bash him for his content because it's good content. I just personally felt like it wasn't as bad as he was making it seem. It wasn't good, but it wasn't that bad. But regardless, like, I saw an article yesterday or the day before. Something about WoW was going to be releasing a house system or something. Oh no, I 100% agree, Tover. Like, the cinematic looked terrible. Like, it just, like, the graphics of it was really bad. And the actual script of what they were saying was also pretty terrible. They did that already? Really? I didn't even know they had a housing system. That's hilarious. I didn't read the whole thing because I was just like, wow. WoW is gonna add housing to their game. I wonder what that could introduce to the game. A whole lot more of nothing. Oh no, I'm not talking about the garrison. I'm talking about like a legit house system, kind of like Lord of the Rings house system, supposedly. How they want to have like a neighborhood kind of thing, and they said that they would be adding more neighborhoods as they started filling up and stuff, so everybody could have like their own houses and stuff. I'm like, bro, the fuck you trying to be? You trying to be Lord of the Rings? You trying to be fucking Final Fantasy 14? Like, don't get me wrong, those games have something you don't, for sure, right? Obviously, if there's mechanics in another game that are really nice and people like, obviously you want to somehow implement it into your game. But what's funny is Final Fantasy 14 and Lord of the Rings have had these housing systems for so fucking long. And it's only taken you like what, 20 fucking years to finally decide, oh, we should probably add it to our game. You know what I mean? Like, that's crazy it took you this long to realize people like having houses. Yeah, I didn't read the article. I didn't go too much into detail. I saw the title and I was like, bro, this took them 20 years to finally implement. Like, that's crazy. Like, I think a housing system, if done properly, can be a really cool thing. Right? It could add a lot of like RP elements. It could add a lot of just like social aspects to a game. It's like a lot of times you log into a game and you have nothing to do. Your raids are on cooldown, you know, you have nothing, you don't need to go and grind anything. You're just kind of sitting there and you're bored out of your mind, so you go play another game. But if you have like social aspects in a game where you can go and hang out with people and just have fun chatting and doing miscellaneous just fucking weird shit, like people are more likely to sit and hang out in your game for longer periods of time and not go and play something else instead. And I feel like that's what the housing system, if done properly, can do. I'm gonna be honest with you, Dig. I'm not gonna discredit the fact that WoW has been on the top of the charts basically since they released. But they're losing players pretty rapidly, and adding a housing system is not gonna change that. Because adding a housing system isn't changing the problem with the game of why people are leaving. People are tired of them just reintroducing the exact same content year after year after year and not changing anything. And then expecting people to enjoy the same content they've played for 20 years. At a certain point, playing the same map for 20 years, the same raid for 20 years gets a little boring. Right? It's just like people that play D2 still, I'm shocked they still play D2 because there's nothing has changed in so long. But adding a housing system that doesn't really change the mechanics of the game in any way, shape, or form, or add anything really new other than RP elements and or social elements, isn't going to revitalize the game to bring a massive amount of people in, right? No, dig. I'm talking about, like, for example, how many times have they released Classic WoW? Classic WoW was the exact same game that was released back in 20 years ago. They didn't change anything. They haven't. It's not like RuneScape, how they gave us classic or old school RuneScape, but then added to it and made it its own entity game. They literally gave you Classic WoW, and they gave you the same patches in order, going all the way up to BC in an accelerated rate. Then now you're at BC, and they give you the same exact patches all the way up until Wrath. And they just keep doing that. They're not giving anything different. It's literally the exact same game, just in an accelerated launch pattern. Right? Now, retail, they're giving you new stuff in retail. Yes. There's new raids, there's new dungeons, there's new stuff. But a lot of it is kind of regurgitated stuff. Like, very few mechanics I feel like are new or niche or different. I mean, there are, but I feel like it's just not enough newness in a lot of the new stuff that I've seen. Now, in the one-off servers that they made for like Project of Discovery or whatever, that's interesting. They actually, they in my opinion, they went really cool with the mechanics in Project of Discovery. But isn't Project of Discovery just like one of those like seasonal servers or some shit where at a certain point it's like dunzoed? Yeah, there's a bunch of new mechanics. I'm not saying there's not new mechanics, Dig. I'm just saying, like, when WoW first came out, it was like, holy shit, okay, now we gotta tank 8 bosses in 8 different spots of the room with 8 different people, and then we have to kill them in a specific order, or we have to get them all really low and kill them in a certain, like, within a certain time period of each other while we're tanking them separately, and things like that. And they rinsed and repeated that mechanic in a few different boss fights, which is fine, right? You know, it is what it is. And then other mechanics are like, don't stand in fire. Oh, memorize the pattern on the floor so you don't, and then you run the pattern so you don't get stuck in like a fire wave or something. Like, that gets rinsed and repeated. Like, they have like a handful of mechanics that get reused over and over again, that once they get introduced as new, they're cool, but then they get reused and it's like, okay, well, we're used to this, we know how to work with this, and then they give it like a little twist, right? And so it's like technically a new mechanic, but it's just like the old mechanic with a twist. Or they do add a new mechanic with on top of the old mechanic, and it's like it makes it feel new because the one part is new, but then it just, like I said, it's one of those things that they keep reusing a lot of their stuff, which is perfectly fine and acceptable. But after you kind of been playing the same game for so long, the small little changes, the small little things don't feel as noticeable, in my opinion. I'm not saying that, Dig. I'm not defending like any game in particular right now. I'm specifically saying, though, most people, they don't stick to a game for 20 years, right? They don't play a game for 20 years because once you've played a game for so long, you want something new. You wanna freshen up, right? You wanna play something that might have the same like mechanics built into it, but looks different. The environment's different. You know, the universe is different. That's why like people go from WoW to RuneScape to Final Fantasy to Guild Wars. Like they hop games every few years or every 10 years or whatever. Like, but they always go back to their original games and they play them again because it's nostalgic and it's familiar and they did like the game and they still like the game. I'm not disqualifying anything. I'm just saying, like, all of these games have this problem, including WoW. WoW is not a standout star that doesn't have the same problems that every other game has. People sit here and try and say WoW is the greatest thing since sliced bread and nothing is ever gonna be better than World of Warcraft because they're the best thing ever. It's not true. They literally do the same thing every other game does. It's just, it's the game to go to. It's easy to understand. It's easy to get into. It's dumbed down to a point of casuals can play it and keep up, but at the same time having some sort of like higher tier echelon for hardcore players. They have decent like combat, like the combat system is pretty solid overall and easy to work. It's not complicated or convoluted or difficult. Like, they have a great recipe I just can't play it anymore because I played it for 15 years and I just got bored of doing the same thing every day I logged into it. Which is why like I play other games, but once again, they're not a forever game. Because I'm doing the same thing in the other games that I would be doing in WoW, but it's in a different universe and a different environment, so it's enjoyable for a short period of time, but then I move on to another game to try another game. Right? Like that's what I'm getting at here. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what I'm trying to get at. Why did my multi chat like died earlier? I don't know. Yeah, I agree, Dig. People maintain their sub counts or their sub. Okay, take me for example. I maintain my RuneScape subscription even though I don't play it all that much because it's cheaper to buy a 1 year every year and play it on and off throughout the entire year than it is to buy a 1 month one time out. You know what I mean? Every time I want to do it once in a blue moon, it's more feasible for me to just pay for the year. And those are the same thing with the casual players is they keep their sub going because they never know when they're going to want to go play it. And they want to just be able to go and play it instead of having to jump through hoops, put in a sub, and then pay $15 when they could just pay like $9 a month for a year subscription or whatever it is and just play it whenever they feel like the itch to play it while they're playing other games on the side. And like I said, that's the casual player. And like I said, WoW does cater to the casual players heavily. And it's really good in that aspect. But I definitely don't think that they hold the same amount of like players as they used to. I don't think they're as far ahead as they used to be as an MMO. All right, so I want to see. That's not an answer. Huh. Well, that doesn't really answer my question, you stupid game. Well, anyway. Replay our music, get back to what we're doing. Yeah, the game pauses and freezes when I tab out. It's kind of annoying, but yeah, I muted the sound when I was watching that video, and I was trying to look up some statistics on WoW for, you know, while I was that curious. No, there's no way Final Fantasy 14 will ever overtake World of Warcraft. In my opinion, it's not fucking possible. Because Final Fantasy 14 doesn't cater to the casuals nearly as much as WoW does. Like I said, I feel like the only reason WoW holds such a high place in the standards of games for MMOs specifically is because how much they cater to like newer players and casuals. You know, they have so many quality of lives they've added over the years to make it super easy to find parties, to find dungeons, to group with people, to get into raids and dungeons and get your gear and everything else. They've done so much for those players that most people would rather just play WoW than to go to a game that doesn't have all those quality of lives and caterings. And then there's a big chunk on the opposite side of the fence that would rather play a more difficult, less hand-holding type of game, you know. But I would say majority of the people want that instant gratification, super simple, handheld, just boom, put me into the end game, put me in, coach kind of style. There's more people that are in that boat in this generation than there are on the other side. They have a collection or a collector's event going on right now. That's crazy. Curious. Yeah, so it's not possible. So according to Google AI, RuneScape between RuneScape and Old School has a peak of 1.1 million paid subscribers. Now this doesn't account for unpaid subscribers. And what I mean by that is the subscribers that pay with in-game currency from people that spend real money outside of the game to buy bonds to sell to players in game. But according to the breakdown a little bit further, it says like roughly 2.4 million total million subscribers that they have, which is like a fourth of what WoW has. So yeah, there's no way. Because I think WoW is somewhere around 9 million. At least that's what I remember reading just a minute ago. And I don't think anybody is close to that amount of subscribers as WoW has. Even Final Fantasy 14, I don't even think it's that close. Well, yeah, I think it said somewhere between 7 and 9 million is what it said. Because obviously people are renewing, people are falling off, and it fluctuates up and down pretty heavily from day to day. Not heavily, but you know what I'm saying? Like, because some of them only have 3-month subscriptions. You know, sometimes the 1 years fall off after a certain point. You know what I mean? They don't have recurrings or whatever. But what I'm getting at, Dig, is not that WoW is a bad game. I just feel like at a certain point, year after year, if you're not innovating, and this is why I made the comment about bringing the housing system in. I feel like they could have brought it in a long time ago. It just doesn't make sense to bring something so minor into the game to think it's going to revitalize it. I think it needs to be comboed with actual content to be like an additive for it to really make any kind of an impact. But I definitely think the game would have heavily like and sent like it would have been a great thing to have in the game from earlier stages. Because like I said, a lot of people love the aspect of having houses, having guild houses, having like personal houses, having a place to like access your bank and storage or a TP to and stuff like that. Like it's just a great place to like mingle and hang out and chat or go into AFK at and just make a cosmetic dream because people like building houses. They like cosmetically decorating their houses and showing it off. It's a cool little aspect they could have added a long time ago, but I feel like 20 years into the game kind of feels like a grasp at a straw. And not saying they're dying, not saying that they're gonna go like they're not gonna be number one for a very long time or whatever. But other games I feel like are catching up to what WoW has. And let me before you bash my head in for saying that, what I mean by that is, yes, the older games still struggle because they haven't innovated it enough to compete with WoW's overall systems, and that's why WoW always beats the older games like Lord of the Rings and, you know, some of the other older games that have been around a while that have a lot of content, but they don't have a lot of player base because I feel like their overall economics plus combat system plus just overall feel and aesthetics of the game and everything aren't nearly as on par as what WoW has. WoW has like a trifecta, and most games only have 2 parts of the pie. They don't have all 3. So like Guild Wars 2, they don't really have a great professions and economy system. They have a pretty decent dungeon and combat system and raids and just overall open world, and the aesthetics and the way it looks is great. But their overall economy and profession system is just really bad, I feel. And then Final Fantasy 14, I feel like they're way too hardcore, right? They have easier raid mods and raids and stuff like that, but then they have the difficulty versions are just way too out of the fucking, like, way too out of proportion. And it looks cool, it plays well, it's just way too much. So I feel like nobody's really hit that trifecta as well as WoW has, which is why they're up there. But I do think these newer games, the problem they have is since they are new, they don't have content, and people write them off so quickly because it's like, oh, I've been playing this game for 2 weeks and there's nothing to do. And that makes sense. But I feel like if you give these new games that have the good graphics, that have the potential to take inspiration from all the other games to somewhat possibly hit that trifecta in a good way, could in theory compete with WoW down the road once they've established themselves, quality of life, buffed it out, polished it a little bit, and started adding content. It might take them 5-10 years, and at that point, like I said, WoW's been out for 25-30 years. People might be more interested in eventually, you know, trickling into these newer games that finally have content. That's what I'm saying, right? I'm not saying WoW isn't a good game. I'm saying I personally won't play it because I'm bored of it. But I can see people getting bored because retail is the only thing getting new content. They're giving you classic, but they're basically not giving you classic plus. They're giving you classic that was already done. So they're just like, oh, let's put in patch 1.1. Okay, let's put back in patch 1.2. Let's put patch in 1.3. Let's skip 1.4 because it introduced problems. But we can actually combo 1.4 and 1.5 together because 1.5 fixed 1.4. It's like one of those things that they're accelerating instead of doing it 1 month increments. They're doing it in like 1 week increments and like speeding it up. But it's nothing new, right? It's the exact same raid, it's the exact same gear, it's the exact same quest, it's the exact same everything. I feel like if they wanted to revitalize, they wanted to revamp, they wanted to like really bring a resurgence back, which they will do. I know they will, because at a certain point they'll start to dip a little bit more and they won't be comfortable with their numbers. They'll probably pull the plug and finally do it then. Is a classic plus. Like I said, they've tinkered around with seasonal servers, they've tinkered around with a couple other miscellaneous things and like seasons of discovery and stuff, and they were cool. People do like them, and it does bring some sort of flair to the game and whatever. But I think a classic plus, like an old school RuneScape style where they have the core classic, but they branch off of the traditional route and bring in new content to the classic style, that would revitalize a lot of people's interest in coming back, and they would get a flood of people. you see what I'm saying though, Dig? Like, they haven't done anything different with it. They're like, all right, here's Classic. What we did 20 years ago. Boom, here you go. Launch, dropped onto your plate. Cool. Have fun with it for 6 months or a year. All right, here's course number 2. Already been prepared 20 years ago. Blah, here you go. Play that for like 6 months. Like, I don't have a problem with that, right? It's just like playing a private server, right? It's not a big deal. Some people like it, some people don't. It, you know, apples and oranges, people like different things. I don't have a problem with it. All I'm saying is, as a company standpoint, if you really want to bring like new players in, you want to keep retention, and you want to have like that, oh my god, I want to keep playing your game and not make people lose interest, you need to give them something new, something they haven't experienced before, which is what retail does, right? Retail currently does that, but a lot of players aren't, I'm not saying a lot, but you know what I'm saying, there are a chunk of people that aren't enjoying retail just because it's kind of gotten out of hand at this point, just like the power creep and all the other creep that other games have to worry about as well, WoW has to worry about as well. A lot of people they'd rather go back to the older version because it was just a more nostalgic, enjoyable play style and everything, just like the difference between RS3 and old school RuneScape. Most people enjoy old school RuneScape over RS3. You know, it's the way of the fact. But I feel like if they did a Classic Plus, that would be a massive game changer for them. It would be huge. Because they could just have the core classes, how they were, and how they were like buffed or whatever. Obviously still do buffs and nerfs as it goes along, but introduce different raids that never were seen before, different dungeons, different stories, you know, maybe an alternate spin-off that instead of, you know, this person being in charge, this person actually won the war and is now in charge, and so the lands are different, and like, it would be crazy. It would be awesome. And that's what I'm saying, Dick. I know that they will eventually do it, but I think that's what a lot of WoW players are waiting for. Like you said, there's not a lot of them, but the content creators and the people that are currently going to play other games that are continuing on their subscriptions and they are playing other games are waiting for that Classic Plus, because they're not interested in continuously playing the regurgitated content they've already been playing that isn't different from the Classic version, right? Because now they're going to like what, Mist of Pandaria, and like there's literally nothing different going forward. It's literally they're catching up to retail, and it's the exact same shit they've done all through retail, and they're just gonna eventually be on retail. And they're probably kind of like, they probably play retail on and off, you know, once a week to do raids or whatever, but it's not enough to keep their interest day to day to day. And like I said, they have been moseying around the idea of a Classic Plus, and I know they're the kind of company that will wait to pull that trigger until they have to. And that's what I think I'm waiting on. If they ever do a Classic Plus, I will go back to WoW, because that would be interesting. I liked World of Warcraft. I love World of Warcraft. It's a great game. And the Classic was like, obviously, one of those I enjoyed the most. It's like that nostalgia feeling. I enjoyed that playstyle, that slower, lower damage, lower HP pulls, just felt great kind of style of gameplay. And that's what I'm looking forward to. If they ever bring out an actual Classic Plus, I will go back and try it. I will put my, you know what I mean? Like you said, it's not a question of if, it's just when. And but that's you know, well, what I've been trying to like say this whole time is like, I just don't think that a housing system is really gonna do much of anything. It's like, hey, I just stabbed you with a knife and you're bleeding. Let me put this little band-aid on it. This little like you know those little bandages you put on your heel when you have like a blister on your heel? It's like one of those band-aids. So let's put that on this gaping gash wound on your fucking, you know, on your leg. And, you know, let's see how that helps. Like, kind of like, that's what that says to me, is they're trying to like slow the bleeding down. People leaving, like I said, without seeing the numbers, I don't know how many people have left in the last, you know, 6 months. Or like, maybe not left, maybe they still have a subscription, but maybe their active concurrent player count is down or something. Like, I feel like they're like, oh, let's just put something in to make people want to log back in. You know what I'm saying? That's what it seems like. from the outside perspective, without seeing any like actual hardcore numbers or, you know, diving too deep into it or getting any crazy with it, it's just like, from my perspective, without being in the World of Warcraft community anymore or paying too much attention to, like, you know, the news and blah blah blah, that just screams like a little band-aid trying to like slow things down. That's all it seems like to me. And I just feel like it's kind of meh. It's just like the Path of Exiles problem I have, right? PoE, they did the same thing. They're like, oh, well, here's Settlers League in fucking October of last year. We're gonna give you Settlers League. Here you go. Cool. Oh, and in January, we're gonna give you Path of Exiles, access to Path of Exiles 2 if you meet the criteria. It's like, all right, cool. And then 3 months later, we're still in Settlers League in like March. We're still in Settlers League. 6 months into Settlers League, we're still in Settlers League. And they're like, all right, well, here's a 1 month like stopgap thing while we work on some stuff. All right, cool. So we play this like random stopgap league for a month. That goes away, and then they're like, oh, hey, here's another 1 month stopgap league. Okay, so now we're 8 months into Settlers League with 2 months of stopgap leagues. Like, nothing like stopgap about it. It's just like something temporary, just to, you know, wet our whistle while we wait for content. And then they're like, all right, well, next month we'll give you a new league. So we're 9 months into Settlers before we see a new league, and the new league is literally, hey guys, same exact thing you were doing 9 months ago, or 9 months, except there's now followers. Like, that's what I feel like the housing system is. You know what I mean? Like I've already pissed at Path of Exiles for doing that, but like, that's what I feel like it is. You know what I mean? Like, fuck. And yeah, Dig, I'm not harping on retail because I don't think there's anything wrong with retail other than it's just rampant fucking just escalation of like HP and damage numbers and just shit, right? Like it's I feel like it's kind of, it's been out for so long, it's like got that creep going on. I like I said, I don't have a problem with retail per se. I watched some retail WoW raids and stuff and they look interesting. The graphics still look great, the combat still looks pretty good. I don't have anything I enjoy doing in the game because I'm not a big raider. I don't really enjoy logging in once a week to do progression raids and stuff like that. It's just not really my cup of tea anymore. I love professions and crafting and things like that, and then WoW's professions and crafting just feel kind of meh overall. So I just kind of got bored. So that's why I stopped playing retail. And that's why I've been talking mostly about Classic is they brought it out to like kind of revitalize the player base and give them something different to play than retail, but they did it in such a bad way. That's the only reason why I'm talking specifically about Classic is because like I don't think there's anything wrong with retail. The problem that I have is clearly Classic because they did it in a bad way. Like, don't get me wrong, doing a regular Classic server like they did is great at first. But continuing on and doing the exact same updates, like you said, they lump them all together in one, so it's not like update after update. But I'm just saying, like, to basically regurgitate the exact same thing from start to finish with no differences in the middle, that's the problem I have with it, and which is why I never went back to Classic WoW after I quit it. Well, because the main reason I quit it is because the people I was going to play with kind of ruined it for me, and then I had no reason to play it, and then seeing how they were like going about doing it and they weren't going to make it any different than it was, there was no itch to want to go back to it. That's the only reason why, like I said, I've been specifically arguing the whole aspect of WoW having a problem with Classic is because of that. Like I said, I think retail is fine. Where it's at and where it is, I think it's fine. It's there for the people that want it, you know? Just like Final Fantasy 14, just like, you know, Guild Wars 2, just like RuneScape. It is what it is. You know what I mean? If you enjoy it, you play it. It's that simple. It's I don't think there's much wrong with it, if anything. Yeah, there could be some things that could be cooler or more enjoyable, like professions and gathering and things like that could be a little bit more in depth. Oh, I killed it as I died. But yeah, I mean, that's really all I really have to say about that. Like, I know we were like on two different wavelengths when we were talking about it, but yeah, I think Classic Plus would be a fucking phenomenal thing, and when it happens, and you know, we'll give it a shot, obviously, but till then, you know, we'll hold our breath. You know what I mean? Oh man. It's funny you say BlizzCon too, because like I've never really watched those things all that much. The only one I remember is when we were waiting on D4, and I remember the fucking just outrage from people when they announced that, like, oh, we have big announcements for this BlizzCon, blah blah blah, and they fucking announced Diablo Immortals. I remember the fucking outrage on the internet from that shit. That shit was so funny. Oh my god, people were pissed. Shit was hilarious. Yeah, Hab, sorry, I didn't see your... I saw your message, but when I get on rants, I kind of auto-focus quite hard. But yeah, Whirlwind is like my favorite skill in pretty much any MMORPG. So it's expected that I would play it in this as my first character, for sure. Like, no ifs, buts about it. Like, 1000% playing it. Wait, how do I get back to where I was? Oh, I'm up here. I'm just trying to find like a good way of like implementing it, you know? Since I can't change my subclasses, I'm like, and I ended up in a weird situation where I picked an Arcanist for energy leech, not realizing I couldn't change it later. So trying to make it work with an Arcanist with an Oathbreaker. And I'm not a huge fan of it, but I'm not hating it either. Yeah, literally first character, first playthrough. I went in completely blind, no idea what I was doing. I've learned a lot since I've started. So yeah, we're trying to make it work. Don't get me wrong, it is what it is. So I think the way we plan on doing this is, so we rushed over, we picked this up, we picked this up for extra damage. I'm pretty sure this gives us damage because it gives us extra fizz damage. Not actual 100% sure or not. I do know when I click that button, this DPS number goes up. So I'm gonna assume it works. But we picked this up for like healing and, you know, shield block and stuff like that, but we were working on getting like a two-handed weapon eventually, but this once again gives us more fizz damage, so we were like leveling this up. We picked this up for like an oh shit like buff, and then we picked up the other one for an oh shit buff. We picked up this recently, so in the last like 15 levels or so, we've been picking up all defense. So I did pick this up for the leech, but I don't think I need it anymore. I could refund it, but we picked this up. This is huge. We leveled it up a handful of times, so the cooldown was 25 seconds, so it matches with our Giant's Blood. That was a huge survivability change. That really helped us out a lot. And then we started putting points into this, so we get a bunch of damage absorption, which is really helping us out a lot for survivability purposes. So now we have the oh shit button that prevents us from taking damage for a certain amount of time, and it gives us a heal, and then we also have our actual like health potion. So, and then Topher informed us of the little things for our jewelry here that gives us percentage energy and energy regen. That fixed our energy problems that we were having. So with that energy fix, we have been just cruising through the game since. It's been great. Chew, sorry, I saw your messages. Like I said, when I get on a rant like that and I get on like a tunnel focus, I don't really read a whole lot of chat because I want to finish my thought before I derail myself. But yeah, I've seen a lot of commercials for a lot of private servers that have been doing like a lot of like interesting things. I don't really personally like playing private servers of any game because I don't really trust people. So I don't want to trust some random person that's running a random website or a random server that gets access to all of my personal information when I log in, like, you know, my IP address, my MAC address, and so on and so forth from my computer settings and stuff. I don't want to give that information away to somebody that I don't know. It's different if you give it away to like a reputable company and logging into theirs, because there's at least some, in theory, some idea of security with that, where they're not going to just steal your shit. You know what I'm saying? Ideally, that you would expect it. Not saying that it's 100% true, but you would expect it at least, bare minimum. But that's why I don't really play a lot of like third parties, stuff like that. That, and if I'm streaming, I don't want to be streaming like a third party or like a, you know, private server and then get in trouble for playing on a private server and then, you know, get a ban or some shit. So I just stick to the traditionals. But yeah, I have seen a bunch of commercials on like YouTube and stuff. They're like, this private server doesn't have classes, it has archetypes and things like that. It's like, as you level, you get to put points into whatever you want, and as you do that, you turn into a whole new person and XYZ. And yeah, I've seen some pretty cool things. For like private servers and stuff. You're not wrong. That's kind of what I was getting at though as well. Too, was like one of the parts of my argument or my rant was that WoW will eventually pull the trigger in giving us Classic Plus, but in the meantime, I feel like private servers and stuff are currently already doing it because that's what they want. They don't want to play retail anymore. They want to play Classic. It's just like people that want to play Ragnarok Online, but it's an original like pre-renewal form. They want to play it in the old style. They don't want to play it in the new style, right? So there are private servers out there that, you know, do it that way. They want to play in the old style. The only difference is like those ones I don't think add new content. They just keep it in its core, you know, essence and just leave it as is. So it's not really comparable to the argument we're having right now, but it's like there are other instances of other games that have private servers to bring back the old style of play that the game itself doesn't do. But like I said, WoW will eventually give us Classic Plus, and until that happens, there will always be private servers that will try to emulate a Classic Plus some way, shape, or form. They can't do a great job at it sometimes. Like some of them can, some of them can't. But, you know, at least they're trying. You know what I mean? Doing better than what I could do. Yeah, so I went into this Soulfire, which gives us lightning damage, right? So now we have fizz damage, fire damage, and lightning damage. Lightning damage seems pretty high. What I was thinking about doing is converting all of my fizz damage, right? Which is funny because this says fire and ether damage. I don't know what happened to my fizz damage. Did I somehow convert all my fizz damage? Wait, where'd my fizz damage go? 41% of ether damage converted to fizz damage. Wait, are you talking about this? Oh, yeah. I saw this. I will be doing that. I did see somewhere that someone recommended doing this too. I'm curious on why I don't do fizz damage anymore. It says current level, so, oh, that's my celestial power. Okay, never mind. I'm being dumb. Yeah, so the top, I'm doing 700 to 800 fizz damage. I was looking at the bottom one. 15% chance on hit. Okay. Yeah, I was using a pistol the other day on my walking simulator, Topher, and pistols seem pretty cool. But I think a gunslinger could be kind of fun. But anyway, yeah, so my thought was, what if I converted all fizz damage to fire? But looking at it, we could convert it all to lightning. I just feel like the fire would be more consistent because it would be my hits from Cyclone, not my procs from Soulfire. But I was thinking about converting all the fizz damage to an element, aka fire, and then trying to stack elemental damage and or like if I can get elemental damage with fire damage, that'd be insane. Or like elemental damage with lightning damage, or all three would be even more insane because I get elemental damage plus fire and lightning would mean both of these would get double dipped. Would be insane. But at bare minimum, at least elemental damage would scale both of these simultaneously. But yeah, I was thinking about doing that, just going an elemental based build and just doing elemental damage. And like I said, like this would rip resist off. And then I could probably get, I mean, this does give elemental damage, which is kind of like another thing. It's like, I think it technically gives me more elemental damage to my attacks. It gives me base elemental damage and percentage elemental damage, which is why I think it's not too bad. And then you got this over here, so we have a chance for burns and stuff, and then this like chance on, you know, for following, blah blah blah. Like we can actually apply them, and then we can actually have some sort of damage over time from these. I was thinking about something like that in terms of putting the character together. Yeah, see, my first thought, Hab, is I wanted to do a pure fizz bleed build. But I wanted to do it. Let me take that back. My original thought wasn't bleed, but it was Oathkeeper with Inquisitor, and using the Inquisitor's aura that does fire damage to everything around it and rips fire res off. I was thinking about doing that. So I was going to be whirlwinding on things while taking fire damage to them while I'm standing on them and ripping reses off them and converting all fizz to fire and doing a fire burn build with the Inquisitor, having like the aura doing damage on top of my Eye of Reckoning doing damage. Because I don't know if you how long you've been around, but I play a lot of Path of Exiles, and Path of Exiles, I'm a Righteous Fire player. I love Righteous Fire, so like hands down my favorite skill in that entire game. But I also absolutely love Cyclone. They're my two favorite skills in that game, and Cyclone's my favorite skill of all time in any game. So now that I've found my love for like aura damage, like abilities from Righteous Fire from Path of Exiles, I kind of try and take that with me to other games, and I tried to find a way to do it in this game, and I found the Inquisitor had the fire version, and then this scaled with fire, and I thought that would be a really good combo. But I take the Inquisitor for all the aura nodes and, you know, the AoE damage and whatever else I can get from it, and then an Oathbreaker to give us the Eye of Reckoning, and then the survivability nodes from down here and stuff. Like, that's what I thought I was gonna do, and then like I said, I was having energy issues, so they recommended I picked up Arcanist. Didn't realize I couldn't refund it, so now I'm pivoting and trying to make it work. Fulcrum Cyclone? Wait, what's Fulcrum? I have to look this one up. Like, the names always bug me out. Oh, it's a weapon. Damage you inflict are reflected to you. But I'm assuming you're element immune, so it doesn't matter. Wait a second. Curious question. Are you taking effect of this? Are you just getting a shock effect reduction, so that way shock doesn't actually do anything to you, but you can still be shocked? So you're just getting reduced effectiveness. That way they don't actually affect you, but you can still have them apply to you. I think I've seen this before. That's interesting. Yeah, because you're playing a chieftain, aren't you? Is that what you said you were playing? Ooh, reverse chill. Interesting. Oh, elementalist. My bad, my bad. Wait, does elementalist have ignite immune? Or unaffected by ignite? I know chieftain does too. Interesting. Let me double check. I like to look at these things. I don't pay attention to all the changes, so I was looking up Bound by Fate that you were talking about. Bound by Fate. Oh, I got you. I got you. I didn't know that. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, so then you're not affected. So you have shock effect reduction, and you have the unaffected by ignite, and then, what were you saying about the reverse chill? I haven't seen that one either. That's a new one for me. That's cool. Let me look at that. Yeah, there's a lot of items in the game that come out regularly that I don't keep up with all of them. Yeah, this is an interesting item. I've never seen this. This is actually crazy. So 2 influence items bonuses. So wait, how do you know which one you're gonna get? Winter and Weave? I have to look at that one too. I haven't seen that. Because like the one thing I said is it's 2 influence item bonus, but it shows 3 different things. Oh, so it's just it specifically says it here. So it's an RNG roll. Got you. Yeah, because there's a lot here. That's a lot of RNG. That's crazy. Yeah, that's what I was saying. So there's pure RNG. So it's like a 2 set bonus would give you X, right? A 4 set bonus would give you X. A 6 set bonus would give you X. So you have to get the X that you're looking for, right? So if you wanted the, you said Warlord, right? Right here. So you would want to specifically look for this one. But if you wanted to go further, right? Like you would probably want one that was like a 4 set bonus for one of these, right? Like plus the max fire arrows would be kind of insane. Or gain endurance charge for every second if you haven't been hit recently. Could be interesting. Yeah, I mean you don't have to go full blown all 6. I'm just saying you could. In theory, you could. Or you could combo it and be like, all right, well, a 2 set bonus for this one, but then maybe you want a 4 set bonus for this one, like a shaper, right? Could work in theory. You know what I mean? Could do something like that. I mean, I wouldn't say you could probably do all of it because that would be what, 12 influences. I don't even think you can get 12 influenced items if you were to do like one of every type. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, so that way the negative of the weapon doesn't really affect you, but then you can take full effect of like the triple LE damage. Are you also using what is that fucking skill? Like Trinity or whatever, where as long as you're doing damage with like all the elements, you do like more damage or some shit. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, that's a crazy setup. Since you're already guaranteeing you're doing like all 3 elements, yeah, you can like keep the Trinity going and like juice yourself. That's pretty crazy. Oh, that is true. You can get double influenced items. You're right. I didn't think about the double influenced items. I totally was just thinking like single influences. I forgot that. I don't know how you obtain those anymore. 'Cause I remember back in the day, it was they had those orbs, so you could take like one base and smash it into another and make like a hybrid base. And I know that's how it used to work. I don't know how it still works. Oh yeah, the elevated explodey chest too. Do they still have something like that? Okay, I remember that's how, like when they first introduced it, that's how it was, right? You had to get the orb, and then you smash the one item into the the other item, so you get like the double influenced item, and then you like basically roll it from there. But yeah, double influence items could definitely make that thing crazy. I'm assuming you have a limit of one of those as well. You can't have more than one of those. It has a socket limit of one. Because if not, that could get crazy. Yo, that chest sounds fire. Chest sounds super fire. Yeah, so I got really bored of this league really quick. What the hell? I got really bored of this league really fast because it just all it was followers. You know, it was just that's all it was. It was like a slight change, but not enough of a change to keep my interest. So we went into it with Death's Oath because I actually really like Death's Oath. I just dislike the currency it requires to actually scale the damage if you're not playing bow version. If you're not playing the bow Toxic Rain version, your damage is kind of really lacking with single target. So I like it that way. I like playing non-bow version, but in order to like really scale it, like you need a lot of money, and I just couldn't bring myself to farming the money to do it this league. So I was like, you know what? I actually want to look into possibly getting a Legion farmer together for next league. So I was sitting down with a buddy and we were like fiddling around with making new characters and stuff. I tried messing with a Facebreaker Cyclone, and I feel like it would be an insane build, but you need so much currency to make it work. It's not worth my time. So as a league start, like unless I'm able to somehow pull out like 1,000 fucking divines relatively early, like the character would just take so long to actually like put together. It's not worth my time. And he was like relatively squishy until you put the currency into him, but I wasn't really feeling it because I don't like glass cannon builds. I like to be tanky, right? I like to be able to fucking eat a hit and not die if I fuck up or not paying attention or just want to be lazy, right? Because I don't have a great reaction time and speed, so I typically get hit by a lot of stuff. So if my character doesn't have a lot of EHP or survivability mechanics, I typically don't enjoy them, which is why I like to play the shield version of Death's Oath. And Cyclone had the same problem. Like early on, until he actually got like pretty good gear and like pretty expensive stuff, his damage wouldn't scale. And his survivability wasn't really scaling either. So I revamped him into a kinetic blast, which shockingly enough is fucking awesome. I've never played a caster. I mean, let me take it back. I've tried to play casters in the past on PoE, and I'm talking years ago, like 8 years ago, and I hated it. I fucking despise playing casters. I still don't really like playing a caster in any game I play. But this kinetic blast is a blast. No pun intended. I literally have like some of the most dog shit ass gear on this character. It says limit of 1. Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like this league is literally you get 1 extra aura. In theory, if you get a good one, you get an extra aura plus an extra curse. If you're lucky. But like, look at my dog shit ass My kinetic blast. Like, look at this dog shit ass kinetic blast I made. Right. Now, I'm not gonna like turn everything on and show you. It's like roughly around 300k DPS. It's not very good. But what I'm saying is, look at my dog shit ass items. Now, don't get me wrong. I have two somewhat expensive items, and that is the replica chest piece. It cost me about 4 divines. I could have bought one for 1 divine that wasn't colored properly, and I could have like 4 linked or 5 linked it and played on a 4 or 5 link with less damage until I could afford a 6 link. Not that big of a deal. 4 divines for this chest piece, colored properly, not a big deal. Now, granted, we are pretty far into the league, so it would be more expensive earlier, unless I got like early currency and before it got inflated, you know, and whatever it happens, right? Actually, can you even hear me? I forgot there was an ad going. I've just been ranting and talking. Oh, okay, sweet. So anyway, this is probably my most expensive item right now. And then I bought the replica badge of the Brotherhood just to try it. I actually don't hate it, but I currently can't even really take effect of it because I have no way to generate endurance charges. I can generate frenzy charges right now, but I haven't increased my frenzy charge count, right? So I don't have extra frenzy charges here. I don't have it here, and I don't have it here, right? I don't have a way to generate endurance charges yet because I need to get to here to then get my thread of hope to then grab both of these to be able to pick them both up. They want me to pull that up. Here, let me pull up another one. I'll show you the build itself. Show you the build itself. So this is what they want me to run. Yeah. I need this. I should pick it up. I probably should. It would be fucking easy, great, phenomenal. Just run, never think back. I forgot about this item if I'm being honest. But then they also want me to run this, so more crit chance with wands, damage if you crit recently. I'm basically guaranteed to crit. You know, increased damage while leeching, attack speed, and then more attack speed, global attack. So I need this to 100% hit. My hit right now isn't 100%. I think I'm at like 80. It says 84, but I think with my stuff I'm at like 89% chance to hit right now. So I need that to 100% chance to hit. But I need that cluster, right? And I need these two things. So this is +1 minimum, but it gives me 8% damage per endurance charge, and this gives me 8% damage per frenzy charge. Band of the Brotherhood gives me my max frenzy charges, also counts as my max endurance charges. I end up with 6 endurance charges or frenzy charges, which gives us a total of 12, which gives us a total of like 96% increased damage from having these two. And I should basically on a single target, I should have max endurance charges and frenzy charges at all time, like you said, with that cluster jewel right here. Gain 1 endurance charge every second if you've been hit. I basically always got, so in theory I'm not always getting hit because I have so much dodge. I think I have like 80% dodge right now, and I have shield block or spell block. So I don't know. I will be getting hit, so this should technically work. Should keep me maxed out, but that should give us a huge damage buff. Obviously I need the levels to pick up the rest of things. So what I'm gonna do is okay, so let me backpedal. I just bought these gloves, right? So added lightning damage, gives me rage on hit, gives me accuracy per frenzy charge, life, triple res, pretty solid pair of gloves. So we picked this up for a divine yesterday. Before I was using some dog shit ass Marigold or Malgo's gloves or some shit. They're dog shit. But now that I have that, my reses are approximately where they need to be, except for my fire res, to be able to put in a thread of hope now. Now that I can put in a thread of hope, I can now pick up those two things and my frenzy charges, and we can remove this lightning wheel that I picked up temporarily. So we remove these. I don't even know how many points it is. 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8 points. So we can remove like these 8 points, right? We can pick up 1, 2, 3. I don't know why they go down, but we'll go down. 4, 5, and then we pick up 6, 7, and we have one more point, so we can do like a small one here for the small cluster temporarily. And if I level one more time, technically I could probably take out an int node here. No, I can't take out the int. That sucks. But I was saying, like, we'll get one more level, we can put the small cluster in, and then our endurance charges are covered. Our frenzy charges are covered from this one up here. At least on single target, right? And I have Blood Rage running for like map clear and stuff, and then we have that would basically make my character feel a lot better. Granted, we'd only be at 4 charges. And then as we level a few more times, we pick up this one, and then we pick up this one up here. Character will start feeling much better. But the problem is I need to get slightly better gear, and this is what I was bringing it up for, is like I have a dog shit ass character. Like this right here, it's what? Added lightning damage with a small amount of spell damage, and I put elemental damage with attacks on it. So kind of a dog shit ass thing. We got this dog shit ass Saffles. We got this basic ass bitch helmet, which is triple res with life. The gloves I just showed you. And then we got these basic bitch boots, which are basically double or triple res. That's it. Literally nothing. Very little life. We got the 2 Lahoops. I put those on while I was leveling. Haven't taken them out. Oh, block death count as being hit? Interesting. Oh, that's true. You do hit, but you don't take damage. Gotcha. Yeah, these Lahoops, these need to get it replaced eventually. And then this belt's actually pretty solid with these 2 gems. So I have really, 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 really bad gear, as you can tell. But I'm able to blast T16 maps with this. And that's why I'm like, wait, this is actually nuts. The fact that I can go into a T16 map, I can blast everything but the boss. Because, you know, my DPS is a little low, obviously, right? As I put currency into it, my damage will go up and then things will get much better. With that in mind, like, if I can blast T16 maps with that dog shit ass gear, and all I have to do is just, you know, scale it up as I push along, that's easy. And then I was looking at PoE Ninja, other people's kinetic blasts that are also running champion, and I think champion's like fucking phenomenal, honestly. The whole you have max fortification is nuts. Because base max fortification is 20. That's 20% damage reduction just for having that, and it applies to your allies, which is even more nuts. Like, that's crazy. And then obviously Badge of the Brotherhood allows you to go a little bit further into that, giving you even more fortification for even more damage reduction, which is even crazier. It's pretty nuts. I really like that a lot. And then you get like Intimidate, and you get Adrenaline and things like that. Like it's overall, it's a fucking insane ass ascendancy. But I was looking at some of the other people, and some of these people have like great ideas. One person's running a Relic Cache to just count as being on max endurance charges, so they don't have to run the cluster, which is not a bad idea. I just feel like swapping out a pair of yellow boots for Relic Cache, yeah, it's got its uses, but I feel like there's better uses. And then the other guy, I don't remember what the shield is off the top of my head, but it's a shield that has all white sockets, has 3 white sockets, and then all of your sockets in your shield applied to whatever socketed in your weapon, right? So you run like a wand that has like socketed gems are supported by, you know, 3 different skills. So your wand is already a pseudo 6 link, and then you have the shield that applies, you know, its stuff to, oh my god, that applies its stuff to the wand. So now you're on a pseudo 9 link, which is insane, right? And then you take it a step further. If you get the projectiles returned to you ring, which is ridiculously expensive, right? And I wouldn't be able to afford it. You could technically have a pseudo 10 link. So running, if you were to run a kinetic blast on a pseudo 10 link with that, I think you could actually fucking rip. Like, absolutely rip. Oh, is it called a Squire? Yeah. I saw that and I was like, damn, that sounds fire. That sounds absolutely fire. But that's one of those things about the build is like, you can literally blast T16 maps. It is relatively safe in T16 maps. I have barely died. I've died to a couple miscellaneous things because it's positioning problems. But like safety wise, it feels really safe in T16 maps with very little gear. And the fact that it has so much room for growth with currency, I feel like it could scale really well. Wait, how can you get to a 13? Because I thought you can only get like, I mean, maybe you can get more than 3 socketed buys, right? Sported gems are socketed by. Like 3 was like not really the limit, but like kind of like all that would really work for kinetic blast. Like I said, if you have the squire and you have the return ring, right? That's 4. And then you have the 3 from the actual wand itself, which puts you to 7. And then if you can get 3 socketed buys, or socketed gems or supported buys, that puts you to 10. I don't know how you can get much more than that. Like, can you get like socketed gems or supported buys for like 6 different ones on a wand? I cannot go up the staircase. I don't even need to go down here. The mirrored mod? Wait, what? The mirror wand? I'd have to see it, Herb. I definitely am not recalling what you're putting down right now. Wait, what happened, Dig? Are you playing on the official right now? Yeah, if you have any suggestions on like what you think would be kind of insane to like juice into it, let me know. Like I said, there's only the only requirement for the build, and I wouldn't say it's quote unquote a requirement, is the chess piece. There might be technically a better chess piece, but I think that chess piece is insane for the build because it gives added lightning damage and it gives a shit ton of dodge, like evasion. So I'm not sure like if there's any items that you would think of off the top of your head that could in theory be a better way to like juice it even further than what I'm currently thinking of. Oh, doing bounties on retail? Oh, okay. Yeah, I did a bounty the other day that took me into like the ant place where I had to go and kill ants and shit. That was interesting. Yeah, I was killing ants for a hot minute. But I know you're like a lot higher of a level than me, so. I had to Google how to fucking even find the place. But yeah, just like looking at the build that I was following, it just feels like it's a good build. I feel like there is a lot of room for min-maxing in it. That the build he put together and he's showing, it's kind of like a generic, simple to get to build that does work, but has a lot of room for min-maxing. what I kind of felt like when I was looking at it. Oh shit. 65 on priest? Hell yeah, that's pretty solid. Alright, let's clear our inventory while we're here. Look at these damn guns. My arms are killing me for my workout this morning. I don't even know what to get rid of. This is the problem I have with this game. There's just so much to read and so much to like figure out.
See you around.
Don't know what this is. Oh, I usually refresh my devotion points. Where'd it go? Interesting. Alright. This I'm just trying to like set your attribute points. Okay. Put that over there too. This over. That frog noise freaked me the fuck out. Alright. Move all these over. Jesus. Alright. Alright. Actually, we were fucking doing.
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left.
Alright, so I don't feel like... I mean, eventually we will be able to wear these books. Question is, I want to be doing two-hander with the Cyclone, so we're going to get rid of all like one-handers and shields and offhands. I just don't care to look at it all. What is this? Master Helm. Okay. So it's volatile and chaos. This is all damage, which is possible. Res. 32 all damage. Okay, so is 32 all damage better than having a 14 fire and 17 cold? Because it does give me +2 to the elemental exchange as well, though. We'll put this off to the side until we can do it further. This is Fizz and Lightning. Acid. There's a two-hander, but it's Bleeding Fizz. Fizz. 200% cold. Fire damage converted to vitality damage. Interesting. See, this is something I don't understand, and I'm gonna ask you guys about it in a second here. Let me get rid of this stuff. Alright, so this is fire. For the fizz. Alright. We got offense, bleed, all attributes. Fizz, fire, burn, LA. Possible? Acid bleed defense. Crit fizz. Bleeding. Fizz vitality. All damage? Okay. Not a huge... I'm not opposed to like all damage nodes like this. Possible. Alright, so I have my question. Uh. Oh, really? What's that weapon called? Oh, is it just a yellow that has like 5 supported gems? And then it just got a damage mod? Um, hey, yep, I got video running. um, video is currently running. I don't have PoE currently running, but yeah, I am definitely multi-streaming. You know, playing this, having video open, having Gideon open. Yeah, listen to Spotify. Yeah, I'm surprised my computer doesn't die more often. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I have to test this one specifically because it is the all damage, but I am going to be giving up the 6% attack speed. But I'm also giving up the +2 to elemental exchange. Right here. That gives me flat Ellie damage and Ellie percent. So I don't think I can give this up yet. That +2 is way too strong, I think. Oh no. The 10-year-old GPU, yeah. I mean, my GPU is only the 2060. I did that one not that long ago, quote unquote. Oh, but I was running on a 7700K forever, and I just upgraded, I think, last year. Ooh, whatever I'm on, 13700 or whatever I'm on right now. I don't remember if I updated my bio or not. Did I update my bio? Yeah, 13700 KF. What I'm running on now. So I went from a 7700 to 13700. All right, so these are possible. I mean, I'll throw them on and check, but yeah, less damage. So we won't worry about this. I am thinking this might be better. The fizz one, because the left one is all damage, right? Which works for everything, and then the right one is just fizz damage, but it does have attack speed. So we'll check it. I think it goes in this one. Yeah. So we're currently at 22.6. So we do lose a little damage. Okay. So the attack speed is a huge difference. But I really want to switch to a two-hander. And this is the main question I had for you guys, and which is why I was waiting to like ask you guys, is this two-hander obviously is a lot closer to DPS than this one is, right? But why is it that this two-hander with really high fire, cold, lightning, lower attack speed, sure, has a chance to apply these buffs, whatever, that doesn't get calculated in, but it has added Ellie with 142% increased Ellie damage and 9% attack speed on it. How this is somehow less DPS than my one-handed axe that has less overall fizz damage, or damage in general. It has less percent damage on it and less attack speed. Right? Now, don't get me wrong, this does add a shit ton of fizz damage to our elemental exchange and attack speed to our elemental exchange, which possibly is the reason why it's like so strong. And then obviously we're giving up our shield, which is more percentage, but we also lose our set bonus of 50%. I don't either. But like, if I do this, I'm at 17,900 damage. Because, like I said, I lost the 21% plus the 50%, so I lose 70% fizz damage here. And then I also lose the other 80% fizz damage. So that's like, what, 150% fizz damage that we lost? But this has... Okay, let me put the other one on. That one was closer in damage. Yeah, 21 something. So 20, we were at 22 like 6 before, we're at 21.5, so we lost 1100 damage. but this has 140% LE with plus LE plus attack speed. So I think the main thing that we're losing damage from on this one is the 176 fizz damage to elemental exchange. But we also have so much fizz between this having 80 and this having 70. So it's like 150 fizz, and this is only 140 LE. Now I feel like if we get a full swap to fire damage, right? Because this is a flat LE damage. I think if we get a full swap to fire, like this ring here, if we put this ring on, plus this, which would only give us like 1, 2, 3 pieces. Technically, I don't even need to put the ring on, probably, but it would be better. It's what? Almost 60% fire damage increase. But if we did that, if we like got full pieces, because this is still fizz percent, this is still fizz percent, this is still fizz, this is fizz, right? So I feel like if we replaced all our fizz damage ones and then put this on, it'd actually be better. 1060? Oh my god. Had, bro. You need an upgrade. Let's go. Holy hell. I mean, the GPU isn't... I mean, it's bad. Don't get me wrong, because it's in the 10 series. If it was a 2060, it can handle almost any game. Almost. Depending on the settings you want to run at and stuff like that. But the GPU is... I mean, the CPU is fucking you. We're looking at Eye of Reckoning. Specifically. See how it's 22,614 right now? But if I swap this on, it's 21,505. I think it's because I just don't have enough LE scaling yet. Because all my gear is still fizz percent. So if we like look down here, my fizz, I have 691 fizz modifier. But when it comes to like fire, I only have 300. Cold, I have 200, right? Like, I don't have nearly as much percentage modifiers on the LEs as I do the fizz. I'm assuming that is the reason why, even though this one looks like it would be stronger, it's actually weaker. Oh my god, really, Dig? That's fucked. Ah. Oh yeah, because this has 12 fizz with 4 fizz, and then 7 fizz with 25 fizz. So yeah, this is like even more fizz damage on this. So I think that is the reason why it's not good. I was thinking about swapping to this because of all the cold, but look how less, like, it's so much less damage because it does vitality damage. And it gives you percentage to cold, so I feel like that's really bad for us right now, so we'll sell it. So yeah, I've been trying to put together a full fire set for a little while now. Once I get a full fire set going, I think we can make the swap, but we have to wait till we get all the fire. What the hell? Why is this guy just hanging out? I'm not saying the CPU is not better than the GPU, but I feel like you can get away with a cheaper GPU than you can a CPU, right? Because the GPU is just processing whatever game is currently playing and, you know, blah, blah, blah. And you can lower the graphic settings of the game quite a bit. CPU has to handle all the brain work, right? It has to handle all the information from all the different games, traveling to all its different components and everything. And I feel like that's where the bigger bottleneck comes in comparatively to the GPU that is hyper-focusing on just worrying about the graphics. That, like I said, can be turned down and minimized to a significant point. But I will definitely say, since it is a 10 series, it's definitely a problem. And it's not even like a 1080, right? Like if it was a 1080, then it kind of can hold its own against like majority, like even the 30 series, I think. But yeah, the 1060, it's definitely down there And like I said, at least jumping to a 2060 is a big jump because it goes to the RTX factor at least. Instead of being yeah, what's the the 10 series? I can't remember on my head. But anyway, yeah, that is a slight difference. Like that is a problem for sure. When it comes to just playing your games, you have to play them on lower settings and stuff. And some of the newer games might be a struggle bus for you. But I think your CPU is a real problem. Just being able to like multitask, right? Like you were saying, having so many tabs open, like watching streams and like wikiing things and maybe watching like anime or whatever the hell is you do on the side while you're gaming. It's just all that processing power that it needs to like multi-thread all that stuff is a problem. 1000% problem. That's why I upgraded my CPU over my GPU. Because playing my games, I don't have any problem. The only game I actually had a problem playing was Call of Duty Warzone. That game fucking sucked. Because I was on a quad core. And it recommended at least a 6 core. So I was struggling on that game no matter what I did. But most games, like, you can get away with a quad core. With like a mediocre GPU. Pretty easily. But yeah, I think you're definitely gonna bottleneck real hard on a lower end CPU than you are on a lower end GPU. Purely because most people are doing, things. You're watching TV, you're listening to music, you're playing a video game, you're wikiing stuff. You got so many tabs open, you got so many game windows open, you got so many things going on at one time. Like you just need that processing power. Sure. Where are you going? Go up! Stupid king. Go get our dead body real quick. Not wrong, Dig. Not wrong, bro. Especially with how bad, like the explorers, like resource hog. Like all of them. Like some of them are better than others, but they all resource hog. And if you have multiple tabs, it's just like, oh god, get fucked. Oh. Alright, I don't even know where my next quest is supposed to be taking me. This says enter something sewers and search for survivors. Which I'm assuming is this place. The name is a thing, but I don't know where the sewer is. Maybe it's over here. Yeah, that's the thing. The browsers are a problem, right? Browsers suck up a lot of resources. Now, if you have BDO minimized to tray, it doesn't take up all that much resources, right? Yes, it's playing in the background, but it's not really playing in the background, right? Like, I'll pull up my task manager really quick. Right? Like, BDO isn't really pulling that much. 5% CPU. 2 gigs of RAM, quite a bit, but that's not really doing much, right? I mean, Grim Dawn is pulling even less CPU and almost the same amount of RAM. My fucking Gideon playing in the background is pulling 3%, like, not too bad. But like, this is just my Chrome. It's pulling just as much as BDO. I mean, maybe not as much memory, but CPU wise, pulling just as much. and then my Edge is pulling very little. Right? It depends. Depends on what the tab is doing. It depends on how many tabs you have open, and each one is different. Like Firefox is going to pull more or less resources than Edge will, and vice versa. The Chrome, the Safari, and so on. Like they all, like depending on the plugins, depending on websites or whatever, like they're gonna pull different resources, and it can get crazy. $14 gigs. What are you doing on Chrome, bro? Okay, so here's my question. You don't have to get like super detailed with it, but like, what exactly like do you have open on Chrome? Like, if you have hentai and stuff, keep it generic. You don't have to be specific, about it. I don't really care if you're watching porn or whatever. It's just I'm kind of curious. Are you like watching videos? Are you like obviously you're watching the stream and you're talking to me. Like, what else are you doing? Like, how many tabs do you have open and what are they doing? Because if you're using 14 gigs, bro, I have 2 tabs open up on my Chrome. Usually I have more, but I have 2 open right now, and one of them is watching my stream on my dashboard. So I have a lot of other information, not just the stream, right? I have the chat, the stream, a bunch of other plugins and stuff like that, and I'm only pulling 4%. And 1 gig of RAM. Oh, that's why. So yeah, the videos are gonna hog it. The 2 streams are gonna give you a little bit. But also like low key, the build guides and stuff, those pull a lot because they have a lot of ads and stuff that run in the background. Like there's a lot of like tracking and stuff like that that goes on those websites. So it like pulls a lot of indirect like shit. That's why instead of using websites for guides, I just download the POB. I use the POB instead because at least I can run Path of Building on the side and it's its own standalone program that doesn't interact like with Chrome all that much. Yeah, so that's why I have. Yeah, that's way too much. That's way too much. Learn to close some tabs. Just a few, So maybe you need RAM. CPU. Maybe you need RAM so you can watch more ASMR, quote unquote ASMR. We're gonna take you at face value and believe that you're watching that much ASMR, but yeah, quote unquote ASMR. You need self-control. No, it's all good, Ab. Like, everybody has their own method of going to sleep. I just find it funny that you leave the tab open, though, instead of closing it. And, like, just opening up a new thing in the same... Like, just switching to a different video on the same tab. So instead of having 2 tabs open, you just have the 1 tab still. Also, closing Chrome every once in a while is a fucking massive help. Because if you just leave it on day after day after day, just like opening up more tabs, you will eventually crash. Because it retains all that like memory for so long, and like it just kind of, not like a memory leak per se, but it needs to be cleared out every once. So just like your PC has to be restarted every once in a while, just to clear itself out and cleanse itself. That's why sometimes computers just blue screen out of nowhere, because they've been on for too long. And like a memory dump, Get 32 gigs of RAM? Well, it's time to look into getting 64 gigs. With the way you open up fucking tabs, you're gonna need 64 gigs soon. Nah, just fucking with you, but yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, I mean, I don't close mine every 30 minutes per se, Dig, but I definitely do close mine at the end of the day and then open it up again in the, like when I come back at the. I never leave it on unless I'm like grinding a game. Like if it's like a web-based game and I'm grinding it, I'll leave it open. But when I come to my computer, I'll turn it off and then turn it back on. That way it can like cleanse itself. Because like you said, like it's a leak, but I wouldn't call it like a true leak, but it is a leak, right? Because the longer it's open, the more you do on it, the more like, information it holds on to, and it needs to be cleansed, or it just keeps sucking more and more resources. Like I said, I find I don't want to say a leak, but it pretty much is a leak. Because, you know, I definitively was like, yeah, it's a leak. And then someone's like, oh, well, technically, theoretically speaking, it's not a leak if you think about it in definition and, you know, the square root of 9 times out of 50. It's like, shut the fuck up, bro. It's a leak. Okay? Like, yeah, I don't like dealing with that bullshit, with these, like, definitive answers. Are we talking about a Mage Fizz? Like, okay, so when I think Mage Fizz, I didn't think Diablo 3 for some reason. And that's a Grim Dawn build? Does Grim Dawn not have, like, a Path of Building kind of program? Like, simplify this shit? Why does it have to have tabs? Why does it have to have parts? That's crazy. Yeah, I'm not really following a build guide. I'm kind of just making it up as I go along. Like, I looked up a little bit of information the other day while I was working, but not really. I kind of just Googled, like, some other people's, like, Cyclone builds to kind of get some ideas of, like, what exists. And for some apparent reason, I've been running with a one-hander and a shield this whole time, not thinking that Cyclone excels at having a two-hander. This whole time. I forgot. Like, I've been playing so many MMORPGs and so many AARPGs in my time. Like, how did I forget that Cyclone excels at two-handers? Like, every game, it excels at running it as a two-hander. It's based off of your weapon damage, and having a weapon that has, like, really high weapon damage, two-hander, usually does really well. But granted, you have to combat the attack speed at that point. Which is like why dual wielding is kind of like the best of both worlds. You get the attack speed of having one-handers, but you get the attack damage of both weapons, which is almost comparable to a two-hander. Oh, it's a series of PoE builds. Interesting. So, are you just watching that for shits and giggles, or are you watching it to, like, follow the build? That's kind of what I was getting at. If you're just watching it for entertainment value, it makes sense. But if you're watching it to follow the build, like, wouldn't it just be easier to just get the path of building for it? And just use path of building? Hold on, my dog wants to go out. Give me a second. Oh, dog, come on. dog is taking care of. Sorry about that. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, I felt far. Look at that work ass kicking my ass. Hey, why can't I go around this? Two liters of... Damn it. I started reading your message and I got killed. Fuck you! Fuck you, you stupid piece of shit, boss. Wait, you trying to finish the whole 2 liter of Diet Coke? For what? For your health. Gotta watch your calories. Ugh. Love making numbers go up. I mean, at least Diet Coke doesn't have 0 calories. Pretty sure it has 0 calories, right? There's no such thing as 0 calories. I mean, according to the back of the bottle, it's supposedly 0 calories. Supposedly. Right? I'm not wrong, right? Yeah. 0 calories. Quote unquote, 0 calories. Quote unquote. Not sure how true that is. If you're not breathing, you're not wrong, man. They air fry everything. There's probably just fucking air fried particles in the air, and we're just gaining calories by breathing. Not wrong. Bro, so there's times where I have a bunch of tabs open myself because I'm like looking up a bunch of like guides or information, or I'm pulling together information for farming like a certain like build or armor sets or something like that. Anyway, long story short, sometimes I open up 20, 30, 40 tabs like that. And my computer just hates life. Like, I'm trying to open up one of the tabs just to like let it load so I could like possibly close it if I like after I pull the information. My computer's like, nope, no thank you. Nope, nope, not happening today. We ain't doing that today. You go around the boss? What the hell am I stuck on? Oh, yeah. Oh, this guy's got rage, doesn't he? That's not good. I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead. I'm dead. No. Pop our invulnerability and kill him! Pop our invulnerability and kill him! Yeah, let's get fucked, bitch. That was scary. He was getting strong at the end there. Tried to run away and drop this portal and almost died doing it. That was a roof. That was real roof. Alright. Oh, because he shows you how to like actually walk through and craft the gear. Gotcha. Is that a Grim Dom on him? Forward. You're not wrong. Fizz, lightning, electrocute. Fizz damage converted to lightning. Okay, so this is the only problem I have with this. Is it converts a portion of my Fizz damage to lightning. Okay, I got a stupid question. So, the way conversion works, in my opinion, from what I've read, is the conversion happens first. So if you have 100% Fizz damage converted to lightning, no matter how much Fizz percent you have, it means nothing. Because the conversion happens before the percentages get added on. So my thought is, if that's the case, why wouldn't you just do like 80% conversion, right? So 80% of your Fizz damage is getting converted over, or even 99% is getting converted over to lightning. So that way your percentages can still technically give you Fizz. It wouldn't be much, but it'd be something. Maybe like 50% conversion at that point. That way 50% of your Fizz is getting converted to lightning, but then your lightning is getting scaled up, but you can still have a decent amount of Fizz. So you can still have like added Fizz damage and percent Fizzes, but the percent Fizzes come in after the fact as well. So it doesn't really matter regardless where you do it, I guess. So I mean, I guess it's better just to do full conversion. I don't know. Well, the 1 to all Oathkeeper skills is good, but I'm not using Storm Totem, and I'm not using Yulzil's Wrath. So it's not Hab. So the problem with this game is in PoE, the conversion happens after everything scales, right? So you get added Fizz damage on your gear, which increases your Fizz, and then your Fizz gets converted to fire. Your Fizz damage is being scaled, and then it's being converted to fire. Here, it's opposite. They convert it all over in its base form. So if you have... So let's take our skill right here, right? It's doing 808 Fizz damage. That 808 would get converted to fire right off the bat before any of the Fizz percents are... Before the 691% Fizz modifier is calculated in. It happens before this. So this happens to whatever's left. So whatever doesn't get converted to an element then gets boosted by the Fizz percent. So if you're doing a full conversion, like 100% conversion, you don't want any of the Fizz. So if you're doing a Fizz to fire conversion, you want 0 Fizz percent because it's going to do nothing for you. The only time, from my understanding, the only time that the Fizz conversion doesn't happen first is when it's built into the skill itself. So like something like this, physical damage converted to cold and ether damage converted to cold. Those are the only ones that I feel like don't specifically go first, but I think they go second. So it's basically before the percentage is calculated in any way, and you can't go above 100%. So you can't do 100% Fizz to fire and then fire to cold or something like that. You can't daisy chain them. It only goes up to 100% conversion supposedly, which I think is really stupid as well. But is what it is. But anyway, so that's currently where I'm like at with it. It's like I have to pick something. So I either have to do fizz to lightning or fizz to fire. And I would say the lightning is a little bit higher damage currently than the fire is. But I feel like since the lightning is procced off of the spinning hammers, not the actual hits of the cyclone, I think the fire conversion would be more consistent. Because it's based off of the hits from the cyclone itself, and then the cyclone has a chance to spawn these spinning tornadoes. I mean, I think it's like guaranteed, but these spinning tornadoes don't hit constantly. Since they're spiraling outwards, they do miss a lot. So it's not as many hits per second as cyclone is. So I'd rather just do fizz the fire conversion and just let the lightning be additive damage on top. But since I'm going to be running a dual damage type like that, where it's fire, lightning, but I do have a little bit of cold because of this gives me flat Ellie damage, which is fire, cold, and lightning. So I will have some cold damage. So anything that gives me plus to Ellie damage or plus to all damage would scale all three. Which is triple, a double or a triple dip, by just getting flat increasements to Ellie damage. Or I'd have to find something that has fire and lightning damage on it, specifically. Or if I got lucky and did Ellie plus fire percent, that would be huge, because the Ellie would do fire and lightning, and then the fire would do fire. The fire would get 2 increasement, which is probably the best that I could look for, is fire plus Ellie. And if I could get lucky enough to roll lightning on top of that, that would be insane, but highly unlikely. But also, like Dig said, one of the big things is like getting those plus to skills on the gear is kind of like goated, right? Like if I can get more plus to skills for this and for like this, I have reckoning like levels. Like if I can get plus to skills for those to give me even more levels, to give me more damage, that would be goated. Yeah, the replacing of the gear is rough. Really, really rough.
You better have a as far as the black. I don't know what that. So this is.
All right, there's another TP. There's another dead end. Yeah, let's go this way. Oh,
You're serious.
goes from here. All right. So is this a new house? A new hub? Oh, I think it's a new hub. Sweet. Quest is up there. See any questicles around here? Get over here first. Like a way out. What's there? Yeah, I can see that, Dig. Like when you get further into the game, trying to find like gear that suits like the criteria you're looking for. There's so many mods. Trying to find something that actually has what you're looking for can be annoying. Now, I guess the only caveat to that is there are some pieces that are guaranteed to roll certain stats, like organically. Like certain mobs always drop the same helmet with the same base stat on it. Like always has fire and fizz on it or whatever the fuck, right? So I mean, you could farm those ones for like double or triple rares that could, in theory, have extra modifiers attached to them that aren't on all of them. They're just like that are randomized. But then like that's the whole RNG aspect of like the gearing is now you have to farm these mobs thousands of fucking hours probably to find like an actual really good double or triple mod that actually has the right stats on it for your build. That's the shit that just burns me out again in these games. Like I like ARPGs a lot, but that's the kind of grind that makes me not want to play the game. Like, I'm down for, like, hey, you want to get an Ashes of Creation or whatever? Alright, well, if you go and farm, you know, Eater of Worlds, you have a chance for him to drop it every time you kill him. Okay, well, that's easy. I know I can go and farm this boss over and over again, and he eventually will drop what I'm looking for. But if I'm looking for just some random ass green piece of gear that's not a set or anything, it's just like doesn't have a set like drop location, just has mobs that have a chance to drop it, and I'm looking for RNG rolls on it, that's way too much. That's way too much RNG. I like it. I'll play the game just because it's fun, but I'm not gonna min-max my character. That's why I never really min-max my PoE characters, because I'm not that kind of guy that's gonna be like, all right, let's go and get this 17 mirrored item that has like min-max perfect stats that is impossible to obtain. It's like a 1 in a trillion chance to obtain it. Is why it's it's so expensive. Like, I'm not gonna go that route where I'm gonna be like looking for like those like juiced ass things, or you know, like how I was talking about, like watching that video on like how to craft this like perfect chest piece or shield or something. Like, yeah, it's worth it. It gives you a lot of damage. It gives you a lot of like min-maxing it. But bro, it's so much effort sometimes. Like, some of those crafts are ridiculous. They're so RNG and they're so expensive to actually do. I'd rather not. I would rather not, for sure. Like, I play ARPGs to kind of just turn my brain off and just have some fun without taking it too super serious. Oh. Yo, mate, what's going on, man? Thank you for coming in. How was your day? Appreciate you stopping by. As always,
would you like a cup of water?
Thanks for the hydrate.
You look thirsty as fuck right now.
Oh, that was lots of my water. Do that. Oh yeah, I remember what I was like, I asked you earlier, I don't remember the answer. So that wand we were talking about for my kinetic blast or whatever, was that a yellow wand you found that had 5 socketed gems or supported by level 20s? That had like a 20% modifier on top of that? Was that a yellow or was that a unique? Okay, so it is a yellow, just obviously complete RNG, right? Got you. Yeah, I didn't think about like a 5 supported. I was only thinking of like a 3 supported. Oh yeah, that's insane. Because like I was thinking like 3 supported is like a good solid part, because the reason I was saying 3 specifically is it leaves you with still some open suffixes and prefixes to be able to add things like added lightning damage to, like, you know, attacks or wand attacks or whatever, right? So it allows you to still add like base damage to the skill on top of having these support gems. Because like if you had like socketed gems are supported by like added lightning damage, and then you had added lightning damage on the weapon on top of that, and then you had something like weapon elemental damage with attacks, get a percentage with that. Like not the, I mean, supported by weapon elemental damage, but also, you know, having weapon elemental damage. Like, it could be insane. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, if you did it that way, you'd end up with a pseudo 10 link. I think that would be really strong. Like, having a straight up pseudo 10 link for it would be kind of nuts, I think. And then you still, like I said, you still have a few prefixes and suffixes to work with to give yourself a little bit more added damage on the weapon itself. Between like added lightning damage or spell damage itself or weapon elemental damage, right? You have those options. Ben, please. But it's like, it's one of those things, like, what's stronger, getting the socketed gems are supported by, or getting the like the base stats on the weapon, you know? I'm curious on which one would technically be stronger. Oh, 40% increase. I don't think I've actually seen that one. Socketed skills do 40% increased damage? Really? I don't think I've actually seen that mod. I don't think I've actually seen that modifier before. Huh. Yeah, because I usually like look at like Craft of Exiles, right? And I like look at mods on Craft of Exiles a lot of times. So like we were like looking at like fucking no. Sure. Yeah, I was to the wrong one. Yeah, because like this is what I'm like. I usually come in here and look for it. So you're saying there's a mod that does increased damage? I see minions and the damage over time. Damage per power charges. So added lightning damage, damage penetrates, gain damage extra, gain damage is extra. Supported, uh, socketed gems are supported by added fire. Socketed gems are supported by cold pen. Socketed control destruction. Socketed gems supported level elemental damage with attack. This one's actually really strong. Socketed gems are supported by lightning pen, which are good. Socketed gems are supported. Oh, it's this one right here. Socketed skills deal % more attack damage. Is this the one you're looking for? Interesting. I've actually never seen this. Yeah, because Kinetic Blast is an attack. It's not a spell. But I am curious though. Since Kinetic Blast specifically states it scales off of spell power. Wait, doesn't it scale up with spell power? Pretty sure it does. Yeah, increases and reductions to spell damage. Also apply to attack damage from the skill at 200% of their value. So spell damage would be insane. So wouldn't this one be better? So wouldn't the spell damage one be better at that rate though for kinetic blast instead of attack damage? But since it's a more multiplier, wouldn't you almost want both of them? Like I'm curious, would both of them actually be really strong? Because they're, like I said, they're both more multipliers. But like you said, like having like gems though, like supported lightning pen with supported weapon elemental damage, like that's already 2 prefixes. And then if you got like more spell damage, like that would be your 3 prefixes. That would be insane. Instead of going with the more multiplier on the attack damage, since this one is 200% increase, like doubled basically. Yeah, I know. That's what Path of Building's for. But yeah, that's pretty insane. And then I'd be curious on like what would our suffixes be, right? Because yeah, we got crit, and then I feel like I don't see a 5th that would be worth it. 'Cause I don't think volley's any good. Actually, is volley good? Yeah, I don't think volley's good. And I don't think spell cascade's good either. So I feel like you wouldn't even get a 5th. I mean, unless you want to like faster attacks. That could technically work. But I feel like at that point, like you'd be better off just using a different suffix. Because like you could just do a straight up just increase lightning damage at that point. I don't know. Yeah, I feel like there's not a 5th that I could think of off the top of my head. I think 4 is definitely like fucking goated, but I don't think the 5th really adds anything of, like good value at least. Oh yeah, that's crazy. That would be nuts. But yeah, what I was like, yeah, but what we were talking about is like I feel like the kinetic blast, like it doesn't need all that to even get to T16 maps, other than killing the boss. It struggle buses that obviously, but like clearing the maps and just like blasting maps, it's so easy on a kinetic blast. So I feel like being able to blast maps to gain currency, to then dump into it, you could scale that build so easily. Like, obviously it would be expensive, right, to scale it, because a lot of the stuff is going to be expensive, but it's easy. You know what you're looking for, and you could juice into it pretty easy. Bro, did he just straight full heal? What the fuck is that? Who the fuck just healed these bitches? They're both full healed. Why? What was that shit? That was obnoxious. Oh yeah, sorry, mate. I missed your message. Give me a second. Yeah, what kind of craziness you got for me to hear? And also, mate, I'm doing pretty well. Like I said earlier, we got some errands done this morning. I did a workout, got lunch, did mowed the lawn, slept in, got up at 10, did some BDO stuff, and then got on stream. No, I get you. I get you. That's why I was asking, because like obviously you play it quite a bit. You know quite a bit. I like bouncing. Like I like theory crafting with people. I like talking about like different things, because you don't know what you don't know. So chatting with you about it, opens my brain up to some possibilities and some ideas that I probably didn't think of in the beforehand. So why I wanted to like ask you and chat with you about it. So I appreciate it. Give me your insight. So yeah, good ideas. Great ideas. Like I think the Squire would be a great idea. Like dropping the sapples for a Squire at some point, and then moving my Kinetic Blast into my wand versus the chest piece, and then obviously getting a wand that has socket gems are supported by, so I can juice it a little bit further. That's great. And then at that point, I have a 6-link chest piece that I can still work with, and I could possibly try to squeeze out a little bit more, maybe another aura, because like right now we have 4 auras running, right? So we have Grace, Flesh and Stone, shit, what's the other one? I know we got Precision, but it's like a level 1 Precision. I don't really count that one. But it is the 4th one. What's the 3rd one? Oh, Tempest Shield. Yeah, so we got Grace, Flesh and Stone, and Tempest Shield, and then a little bit of mana, that's left over we can get with Precision. It is what it is. But these 3 basically take up everything we have, because we do have a little bit of reservation node, like right here, and then right here to like make up for it, so we put it on. But I'm thinking if we have a pseudo 6-link, or we have a like straight up 6-link, we could put it in Lightning there, reduce the reservation a little bit more, and maybe we can either A, squeeze out some more Precision, or B, we can squeeze in something else. Like, I don't know, something as stupid as maybe a Vitality, or maybe we could put in like a Herald of Thunder, maybe give it even more lightning, because like doesn't, yeah, because it deals lightning damage, buff grants added damage to spells and attacks. Like, wouldn't that in theory give us a little extra damage, because we're already, because with this build they want you to run a mercenary with Wrath, because you need to have Wrath as well to give you that Wrath damage, right? That's why they're running it the way they're running it. So either A, you 6-link and you squeeze Wrath in on a regular one without mercenaries, or possibly if you have a mercenary with Wrath, you run it with Thunder, possibly. That's extra with your 6-link. I can see that being pretty strong. Oh, so you got a synthesis implicit for explode on top of that? So I'm actually curious because I thought controlled destruction was the prefix. Added spell damage. Is that the one we're talking about where it's like Socket Gems have like more spell damage? Because that was a prefix. LE damage with attacks was a prefix. That's 3 prefixes, right? And then the faster attacks was a suffix. I did not see increased area. I could have missed that one. And I did see crit damage for sure. If I missed increased area, then yes, that would be a better third than like lightning damage. Because the explosions, you definitely want them to be bigger to overlap. That would be sick. Yeah. And then yeah, I didn't realize the synth implicit. Synth implicit would be, yeah, that would be nuts. Yeah, I didn't think about that one. Oh, so you'd have to have a Shaper Elder mod. Okay, I know I didn't see it. Okay. So yeah, it'd have to be a dual. Wow, wouldn't that be hard to obtain though? A double modified with a synth implicit? Or can you get a double modifier and then force a synth implicit? Like, can you take it to like the Syndicate hideout and like force us an implicit like that? All right, just a second, mate. I got sidetracked by that theory craft. All right. You got the case 140 with 20 chests. What the shit? And you got a Justice multi? What? Oh, you only got 20k hours in Justice? That's nuts. Yeah, I can't do Justice, man. Justice hurts my soul. Like, it legitimately hurts my soul. I mean, I don't think any of them are actually okay, maybe one of them is elevated. I don't think they're all elevated because they're only level 20s. I think elevated is above level 20, is it not? I think like 22s are like elevateds, but 20s are not elevated. At least I didn't notice they said elevated on the crafted building. Oh, 2k. I said 20. Yeah, I meant 2k. My bad. Yeah. Oh. So, I can't remember. The elevated thing, doesn't that, like, elevate one and remove one? Or some shit? Can't remember the elevation. I know it had, I thought it had a negative impact when you did it. So I figured you can only get a max of like 5 elevated at that point. Unless there's a way to get the 6th. That I don't know about. Yeah, I actually suck at Justice. I just refuse to read. Is the problem. I fucking hate it so much. Can you get off the fucking stairs, please? Jesus. Yeah, I just hate the reading of the Justice. It's like, you gotta read it and then you gotta like either memorize it or look it up every single time to like figure out, is that a positive? Is that a negative? Do I accept? Do I deny? And it's just like, nah, bro. This is way too much work. I'll deal bravery all day long, but Justice can suck it. Yeah, I think you can only get 5 because I thought the elevation removed one of the modifiers while buffing the other one. So at a certain point, if you go in with 6 modifiers, you can only get 5 modified or elevated. I thought. But are you saying Wrath and Zealotry And then like, are you saying like you can get those as like wait? Are you talking about like running those as auras instead of running the auras I'm running? So like drop some of the like drop some of the defensive auras for the offensive auras. I should. Oh, I haven't seen one of those. Oh, he's talking about getting Wrath and Zealotry effect as a corrupt on a Nemring. No, this one doesn't run Zealotry because it already has a 100% chance to crit. PoE pretty sure Zealotry just gives you crit chance, right? 10% chance to create conk effect when you hit a unique nearby allies spell crit chance. Oh, there is more spell damage. That is a multiplier, but no, it doesn't run this. I mean, yeah, getting a double corrupted would be worth it. I just don't know. I don't memorize the corruptions, but I never remember what corruptions are good and which ones are, you know, what they can get. Like corruptions to me are like an additive that I never really think too much into. So I never remember what is available via corruptions. Same thing with like the other implicits that you can do from like ecores. Those things are just like an afterthought to me that I never really remember. I haven't really, it's not that I have a bad memory, it's just certain things I don't memorize. I can't memorize because I have so many other games and so many other things that I'm always keeping track of and playing and doing. There's a lot of information from some of the games that I just Google it and I wiki it every time because I can't retain the information. Oh, you got another atom? World 3 killed all the A-bombs? Hell yeah. World 2 medallions are done too? Dude, you're juicing! You're juicing! Let's go! Getting that progress, man. A huge progress. Yeah, because there's so many corruptions in the game. Like, I can never remember that shit. Like, getting aura effect is great. Like you were saying. Like, effect of Wrath aura. Stuff like that. It's huge. And like, if you're running Zealotry, obviously the effect of Zealotry also huge. And like, those types of effects are like massive, right? They give you a huge extra increase in DPS and stuff like that. It's just like, getting those kind of rare or relatively expensive. So at that point, you're like, you know, we're talking min-max and this character to its fullest, getting double corruptions on our pieces, getting that synth double influence fucking wand and things like that. That's crazy juice, right? But the character would be cracked. Yeah, +2 AoE gem. Wait, I don't think Kinetic Blast is tagged as AoE. Could be wrong. I know it's attack. Oh, it is AoE. Okay. Okay, that would be juice then. Yeah, that'd be cracked. That'd be cracked. It's attack, projectile, and AoE. I just looked it up. Yeah. That was I was trying to remember. I want to go down there. How do we get down there? Oh, go back. I'm so lost. No idea where I'm going.
Waiting on your mark.
What do I do? So it wants me to enter this district and lower the gate, but I was just over there. I couldn't figure out how to teleport it over here, and that's not. Oh, killed all World 2 A-bombs. Okay. Oh, you just need World 2 medallions, and you okay? So you kill all the A-bombs in World 2, which is still huge, and you're working on the rest of the medallions in World 2. Still a huge progress, though. Okay. I'm actually fucking lost at this point. Kind of know where I need to go, but I don't remember how to get back over there. I think I have a personal portal down over there, which I'm trying to use. Okay, so yeah, it's Wrath Effect, which would be huge, and then flat damage. I've never seen a flat damage mod either. I don't really, like I said, I don't really usually go that deep into min maxing. That's crazy. And yeah, I can see a Squire being really easy to get a double corrupt on because they don't have to be linked, right? It's just the socketed gems support the main one, so it doesn't have to be linked, and they're always wiped anyway. So as long as it doesn't brick the shield and it stays a Squire, you know, you get double corrupted. So you just have to farm Squires and double corrupt them until you get a good one. I don't know how to get a Squire off the top of my head, but yeah, that's the thing. So if you so like you were saying, if you technically you could get +4, right? Because you could do the plus the AoE and plus the projectiles, or plus, you know, plus the attack gems, if that's a thing or not. But yeah, +4, that would be crazy. And then if you had like a 21, 23 gem on top of that, actually you don't even need the 23 quality on a kinetic blast because it's not going to help you unless you're running other things to give you even more quality. Because unless you hit like 40 quality or whatever, I don't think you can get an extra explosion. I'd have to double check that, but it is rare as a headhunter, really. What does it drop from specifically? All right, we need to get. How do I get here? I don't understand. It looks like there's no connection to this. I'm actually lost. That's true. Sport gyms also have tags. You're not wrong. So those can also be plus. Yo, you're a genius. Okay, I see it now. I have to get here. Okay. Okay, see it. Holy shit. Let's see it. Let's see it. Finally saw a little like connection. I had to just see where the star was again. This way. There we go. Jesus. It took a hot minute. I mean, obviously, if I wasn't just chatting with you guys and reading chat, I would have made it here a lot faster. I would have understood where I was going sooner, but I like to chat with you guys more than I like to play the game, honestly. I'll have to look at what you were saying, Topher, in just a second. I know you said something about screenshots, but I was trying to fathom what Hab was saying first. And then I got sidetracked with trying to find this fucking bot. So, uno momento, por favor. Oh, yeah, that sounds cracked though. That sounds correct. Sounds like something I would definitely be interested in trying, probably next league. Because I'm thinking, like, I'm torn if I want to league start as RF just to get some currency, and then take that currency and dump into a Kinetic Blast, or if I want to league start as Kinetic Blast. If I want to league start as Kinetic Blast and then move into like juicing that like right off the bat kind of thing. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think Kinetic Blast is good on any league. Like, between being able to do like 5-way carries, map blasting, pretty much any league content, I feel like it's relatively safe because of the amount of dodge it has and like defensive layers. Plus, like the build at least I was looking at with the chieftain or the champion that has the fortifications for the damage reduction and all the and it's got like maxed out spell block with almost maxed out like dodge chance. Plus, you know, the fortification from being a champion. Like, there's so many defensive layers to it, I feel like. That it's relatively, and it has like 5% instant leech on top of regular leech. I just feel like it's really tanky and safe. Plus, you juice into all that damage, you can just basically stand there and just melt anything and face tank almost anything. Okay. Like, obviously, you won't want to face tank things like Shaper Beams and stuff like that, or Cyrus Beams and stuff, because those will probably still insta-give you if you actually don't dodge it or block it. Alright, so this is now telling me to meet so-and-so in the sewer something hideout. I'm trying to find it. Because it wasn't here. I've been to this place already, and I don't know where there's a hideout. I know there's a thing over there, but it didn't show me a... whatchamacallit. It didn't show me a star when I ran past it. It says sewer hideout. Is that an actual, like, place not here? I thought it was in here. Oh, actually, you are right, though. I just thought about it. I remember running into that new zone that was like a hideout, and it looked like it was in the sewer, now that you say that. Okay. Yeah, you're right, you're right. Yeah, I remember saying it now. Yeah. I was like, ooh, new hideout. Yeah, yeah. Don't mind me. We will put our portal down. Oh, yeah. Don't mind my dumbness sometimes. Like I said, there's so much other things going on in my brain. It just sometimes slips my mind, you know. All right. Let's go.
I've spoken with Corinne.
Okay. Retake the base at the steel cap district. I'm gonna assume it's kind of where I logged out, or where I TP'd out of. I was just guessing. Maybe not. I was hoping to see. This is the candle district. Okay, so this isn't what we were looking for. I thought it was gonna be this door here, but maybe it's up here where I was at earlier. Alright, time to run up there. There was a bunch of like people up there fighting, like NPCs. Maybe that's where it's. Oh yeah, let me look at your Discord. Really quick. Oh, Topher! What do you got? You got one more Transcendent. Did you finish it? Did you finish that last Transcendent? It's still Candle District. Where's the Steel Cap District? Huh. What the hell is this? Ouch. The hell is that? I'm a little lost. Again. It specifically says retake the base in the Steel Cap District. But this whole place seems to be Candle District. Is this a Steel Cap? Oh, those are the outskirts. Am I going crazy or am I missing something? Oh. Oop, I see a star. See a star. Okay, this is what I was looking for the other day. I saw this earlier. I didn't realize this is what it was. Okay. Your little hint helped. Yeah, I didn't know that. I couldn't get to it earlier, and I forgot about it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I wonder what just healed me. That was random. Something just healed me again. Is there an NPC healing me? Oh shit. Save me, baby Jesus! Oh! Hit my one ability when I was on cooldown instead of my R. That is... I think my game just broke. Oh. Oh. Yo, on the upside though, I guess I got the brain matter I needed, so I can bring this back to whoever that is. That's huge. Alright, I guess we're just gonna close that. Check this while we're at it. Yo, I got 20 celestial tokens. Let's go. I'm at 1 million. How's our ascension? Ooh, we can transcend. Let's go. I'm only doing the expansion stuff because I've never done it before. I like to fully complete like the entire campaign story of the ARPGs and MMORPGs on one character before I worry about like speed farming and doing things like that. I'm gonna currently just complete them all myself personally on this one character, and then other characters, once I unlock the ability to go up, I'll probably just go up and start farming. Do it that way. I honestly don't know how the whole power leveling thing works in the game or how you can level up fast. Because my thought is, how do you level up a character without doing the campaign but still obtain all the devotion points? And things like that. Is it even possible? Okay, so you could technically just spam Crucible and get all your devotion points that way as well. Well, that seems like an oversight of you if you're gimped if you don't do the campaign. Alright, let's go back in here. That guy's gonna be full HP again. I'm gonna start over from fucking scratch. Kick his ass again. Oh, okay. Well, that's done.
The outpost resistance had
There you are. Well, just
Alright, so where is this person? Bring the object to Anstresta. I know it was from way back over here somewhere. I thought. Iron or Fort Icon. Uh. So, how does the higher difficulties unlock if you don't do the campaign, though?
That's locked.
Interesting. No idea what any of that means. Interesting. Alright. I'm gonna get rolling, I guess. I'll deal with side quests later, I guess. Kick his ass! One. So I'm contemplating if I do legs today or do I do my pull exercises. 'Cause I did push exercises yesterday. My arms are hurting. And my chest. We could do a pull exercise or we could do leg exercises instead. Legs always suck. But what do you guys think I should do? Should I do another upper body and do my pull day? Or should I do legs today and then pull tomorrow? Whatever I don't do today, I'm doing tomorrow. But I was thinking about doing legs today to like give my chest and arms a little bit of a break. And just do legs and then tomorrow do my upper body. After they've had like a day of rest. Yo, Dig, have you run into Frost and Lotro at all lately? I haven't talked to Frost in like a week or so. I know he had like family stuff happen and you know, he dealt with that like 2 weekends ago. I haven't seen him since that weekend. Granted, I haven't been playing Lotro, so I mean that could be why he hasn't been around. He only ever did leg day. Yeah, I don't really have a problem with quote unquote leg day. Oh, but the days after leg day, bro, trying to sit down to use the bathroom or to sit down at my computer chair, it is the worst. It's the worst. Every time, it never fails, man. No matter how much leg day you do, you're always just, your legs hurt the next day. For like 2 days usually. I mean, obviously, if you do some like, you can work out the pain, right? So you can go for like a run, and you can like kind of work out some of the soreness and the stiffness, and it won't bother you as much. But bro, fucking leg. Yeah, the only track I ever did was training for football and wrestling. So when I was in wrestling, they used to make us run with the cross country team, and then football would usually make us like do track stuff with the track people. So I was always like running track and going on like runs with like the cross country people, but I never really was on any of those teams. Yeah, so I think that was somewhere around the time, Dig, when his mom died, and he had to, you know, go deal with all that stuff. So it kind of makes sense. Because I remember he said, oh yeah, this weekend's the service, right? But he'd be on, like, after, you know, like the rest of the weekend, other than that day, he would be back on. I don't think I've seen him since. But maybe he's having a harder time with it than, you know, he originally thought. I didn't stop sacrificing, Dig, and I'm at like 35 right now. Granted, I haven't sacrificed my my blue ones as much as I would like to, because I'm currently at 72, so I can sacrifice at 90 or 900, and my ascension, or my transcendence doesn't happen until 1050, so I'm a few off. I'm about 15 sacrifices off of my ascensions, but I feel like the ascensions, yes, they do more damage, but I feel like that's not as necessary as getting your transcendence done. I'm at 34, not 35, sorry. Yeah. I also took a big break too. Like you guys, like I know you were away and you left yours running. So you might not have gotten as many transcendence in as you would have liked, or some sacrifices. You're a little bit behind. But I've turned mine off for like in the last 2 weeks. I've only played it like for 2 or 3 days. Like I turn it off for like 3 or 4 days, and then I, play it for a day, and then I turn it off for another 2 3 days, and I've been rinsing and repeating that. So I've kind of fallen behind just because of that. I'll have to catch back up a little bit. It's not a big deal. All of that cleared out. Never did clear out this. Ow, 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 ow. Holy hell. Oh my jeez. All that swirling shit hurts. Yeah, I haven't played Blobs in a hot minute. And it's not that I don't like playing the game. It's just, it was just idling, right? I got bored of just sitting there punching ore for like a month straight. You know what I mean? Like, I just got a little bored of watching him hit rocks while leveling up his summoning and his mining. I wasn't like pushing the game. I was pushing his masteries, right? So since I wasn't like pushing the game and like getting better gear and like leveling up all his stats, I was just pushing masteries for specific skills. I just wasn't making as much progress, I was just doing the same thing. Let it run for weeks at a time, How did I just end up in the same? Oh, I went left instead of... I went down instead of this. I was like, how did I just do a circle? Hab, you make me want to play my PoE character. Even though I'm like bored of this league already, you make me want to play my Poe character. Try and like juice him out a little bit. I think my biggest gripe with PoE, and then one of the reasons why I absolutely just hate playing it, is because the trade just sucked. And yeah, you could do solo self-bound, don't get me wrong, it's true. But I also feel like a lot of the stuff that you have to find to make a build really good is really fucking hard to find on a solo self-bound. Because some of it is just such a rare drop. And there's no like give card or specific boss to farm it on or anything like that. You're kind of just up to the mercy of does it drop or does it not drop. And I hate that idea. Like you go into like, you know, you like message someone to trade them. You're like, hey, I'd like to buy this item. Nothing. Hey, I'd like to buy this item. Nothing. Hey, I'd like to buy this item. Nothing. 50, 60 people later, you finally get someone to reply, and you have to spend 10 times more on the item because no one else wants to fucking answer. If you're even lucky. And then on top of that, you're not even getting the item you want because the item you want, no one's answering. And you're settling for the item that you do get for more money that isn't even the ideal stats that you want. Because they're the only person that'll fucking answer. Oh my god, do you know how many times someone will message me and say, hey, I'd like to purchase such and such item. I send them an invite right away. They accept it. I leave my map. I go to my hideout. I go to pull up the item. They leave the party and then just don't trade me. They just leave. And I message them back and say, hey, did you not want this item? They don't even say anything. They ignore you. It happens all the fuck, and it's because they're spam messaging people. They literally, they go through a list and they click, and, you know, maybe they don't click that fast. Maybe they click, like, they're like, oh, I clicked this guy. Oh, he didn't answer after like 20 seconds. I clicked the next guy. Oh, he didn't answer for like 20 seconds. I clicked the next guy. Oh, he didn't answer for like 20 seconds. And then they finally click on you, but then one of the guys that has a better item than you for the same price finally messages them back, so they leave you to get the better item. Now you've wasted one of my portals, you've wasted my time, and you don't even have the common courtesy just to tell me, hey, sorry, the original person I messaged just, you know, got back to me, and I'm gonna buy his instead of yours. Like, at least have the common courtesy just to tell me. You know what I mean? Like, it's so obnoxious. So I really hope they... Oh, that hurt! I really hope they find a way to do the trade the same way they're doing the currency exchange now. They can find a way to do the currency exchange or do the trade items the same way they do the currency exchange. I feel like PoE would be so much more fun, because not only do people just refuse to fucking message you back 90% of the time, or answer you, or trade you, or, you know, whatever all that bullshit that ends up happening, but not only does all that happen, but also having to literally search through all the different filters and all the different items to find them, like, the best in slot item that you're looking for. Like, shopping so detailed like that can be so fucking frustrating, because you're like, oh well, it can have an open suffix and I can craft it on, or it can have an open prefix and I can craft it on it, or it can have one of these two stats. So you're like trying to find the best item that's available to you without spending a mirror, right? So you're like, okay, I need these 6 stats. Of these 6 stats, I need at least 5 of them to be on the item. And then if at least 5 of them are on the item, the 6th one has to have an open prefix or a suffix for the open slot that isn't part of these 5, right? So it's like, okay, of those 6 stats, which ones have to be on it because I can't craft them, and which ones can be crafted onto. It's like, and then you have to scroll through so many different items, so many different things, and then you have to message so many different people to get someone to finally answer you for one of the items that you actually deem worthy to even work with. Oh man, like I said, that is the reason why I never min-max in PoE. It's because of that reason alone. I am the epitome of hating shopping. The wife refuses to take me anywhere because I hate shopping. I don't like grocery shopping. I don't like clothes shopping. I don't like shopping in any way, shape, or form. We go somewhere, I just won't stop walking. I walk directly to what I know I need or want. I grab it and I leave. I don't sit there and mosey around and check the prices of things, and see something cool on the shelf and want to look at it or anything like that. I can't bring myself to shop like that. I hate it so much. And when it comes to like PoE shopping, it's even worse, because it's not like I'm just walking through a fucking... Okay, do I not have dynamite? Oh. Do not have dynamite. Interesting. I have to go craft some dynamite, I guess. It's not like I just walk through a store and just something catches my eye. I have to specifically search for mod names and tiers and I have to make sure that whatever I'm swapping out doesn't brick my account, and I have the stats for it and the item level for it and the resist to, you know, to take it on or whatever. There's so much shit. You know what I mean? Like, so when it comes to min-maxing, it just hurts my fucking soul. Which is why I never do it. My characters are always like, they do T16 maps, but they die occasionally, and their damage is always relatively low because the types of builds I like to play are lower end DPS builds because they're usually tankier, but I die because I don't min-max my characters. I refuse to like put the extra effort in to find like really good gear. I can basically just live through everything. I don't know. I would say I'm relatively lazy, but I also just get frustrated with dealing with people. Oh, sorry, Dig. I didn't see your message. My bad. If you're still here, I appreciate you for being here. Oh, thanks for hanging out and chilling with us. And yeah, we'll be on tomorrow, so hopefully we'll catch you then. At worst case, I need to go craft some dynamite really quick.
Do the best I can with what I've got.
How do I make dynamite? Am I looking in the wrong spot? Like, did I not craft dynamite? Thought you could. Alright, over here, let's get rid of some stuff. Low-key, this could be tolerable if I can't find a two-hander. I would really like to switch to a two-hander, but if I can't, this could be tolerable. Dude, I don't understand how this one does so much damage. Is it literally the bottom part where it's fizz damage to the elemental exchange? Is that why this weapon does so much damage? Because this one has roughly the same amount of fire damage it has with fire percent. And stuff, and the damage is so freaking. Oh, this actually does. This is insane. This actually says it does more damage. That's the first. This is the first item I've run across that says it's actually positive. What are we sitting at? 22.7? It's the same damage. It says it was positive and now it's the same. Well, the other one, this one, look, this one has 3 elements as well. And it's way less damage. But this one has 186% elemental damage. A fizz to cold, which I'm not a huge fan of. And this one's cold damage, so I don't know why this one's stronger when the other one. This one being I mean, it's less elemental damage, so that's probably why that one's weaker. Oh, this one's a one-hander that finally does more damage than the one I'm wearing. Like 22.7. Yeah, look. That's that there's no fucking way. I went from 22.7 to 25, and it says that it does more damage. So that sheet, like this indicator, doesn't tell you shit. It might say it's more, it might say it's less, but you don't know until you actually put it on, I guess. Alright, what's this? Level 58. I stayed away from... Sorry. Staying away from, non-fire damage items and stuff. Like, I like this one. Fire damage plus Ellie damage. But it has ether damage. Not a huge fan of. I can't even wear it for a little while. But yeah, that's ether damage. And the only thing I really dislike about it is vitality damage converted to Ellie damage. I'm not a huge fan of either. And Fizz converted to Ellie. Or ether, so I'm not a huge fan of that either. This one's converted to cold, so I'm not going to run that one. I don't want to run cold. Chaos. Here's Ellie. Devastation. Yeah, I'm not going to run a Devastation. Oh, we have 2 dynamite. We need a 3rd. Did you say... Did someone answer where I could go to craft a dynamite? 'Cause I thought you could. But I didn't see one.
Anything to report?
Like when I went to the guy here to craft it. I went to the blacksmith and I didn't see dynamite. I saw a skeleton key. So I see ether shards and I see skeleton key. Yeah. Not here. I mean, what does farming bosses have to do with the fact that I can't craft it? Because it doesn't show up in my bar.
Would you like a cup of water? Because you look thirsty
Yo,
as
man.
fuck right
I
now.
forgot I don't have water. Give me a second. I'll go get some water. Oh, hard and back. What happened, Hab? Are you confused that the dynamite was there? Oh, you're off by 1 item. Damn. Yeah, I don't know what that means. I don't know much about like the specific people to farm specific items. I haven't really looked any of that stuff up or got into that yet. Jake, stop scratching shit. Oh, I got you. Okay. And I'm assuming the ether danger zones are the zones that have like a little skull on the top right over by the mini map that have like little icons underneath the skull. Show like the dangerous parts of like what's in the zone or something. Oh, okay. So at some point you have to farm those for certain items if you want to craft certain things, I'm assuming.
So this is what the preliminary report.
Alright, we will backtrack, finish clearing the other zone first, I guess. Oh, making progress though, man. Making progress. Oh, Topher, that game you showed me in Discord earlier, do you have an idea when it's going to be released? Because I added it to my wish list, so I would kind of know, but no clue? Okay. I just like the thing you sent, the Reddit post. It's like, hey guys, I made this because I really like Ragnarok Online, and it's a blast from my childhood, and I just, really wanted to make something that I'm inspired by like that. And I'd like you guys to play it and like give me your feedback and your information. It's not even available. Don't tell me you'd like us to play it if you can't even play it, bitch. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping, because like he has a Reddit post that basically says that, right? And I'm hoping that he has the request access button that comes up soon. So maybe we can request to play it. Kind of thing. That would be sick. So we get like kind of early access to it. Oh my god. Is it the anvil? Is it the anvil? Bro, that's a lot of reading. Where's the picture? Nope. Closing it. Nope. I clicked the read more button and I scrolled like 6 times and I closed it. I didn't see a single picture. Whoa, what the hell is this? What the hell is this? Okay. Bro, get your bitch ass back here! Stupid little wisp. Whew, that's a close one. Ugh. Oh, I don't have a gear score, Hab. I'm a life skiller. So I don't really have a gear score. But I mean, I do kind of combat on my whatchamacallit? On my lawn. So not very good. Yo, what up, Nick? I saw you've been live streaming Eidolon recently. How you been, man? I've tuned in a couple times and just kind of hung out for a bit, but still not good. So what? 520 something, 530. Oh, my life skilling's also bad. I think my across the board is about 1,000 mastery for all of them. But I'm missing some tools. So I don't have the cooking ladle. My alchemy stone isn't on right now, obviously. So I have my Manos riding crop. It's only plus 12. So it's not very good, right? I only have a Logia processing stone. But I don't have the alchemy stone, the new alchemy stone, the new cooking ladle, a few other miscellaneous newer things that came out recently. So like right now, like this is 900 without my 200 stone. So it's like 1100, so it's pretty low end. I mean, I do have like gathering outfit, but nothing really crazy. I have a like I said, I don't have anything crazy, nothing top tier. But we just like I'm talking like 2 days ago, finally upgraded to Prion. So we had Manos try Manos on 3 of our pieces, and we had Duo on our other 3 pieces. So we sold our 3 Duos, bought 3 more tries, and then converted them all to Prion. And then I upgraded all of them to Pry, and then I tried to upgrade this one to Duo, and I failed, and it went back down, and I didn't have enough to go back to Pry. So, yeah, hoping to get this back to Pry, and then we'll try and push it on. Yeah, it's kind of where we're at. And like you see my durability is at like 10%, so I gotta fix my durabilities soon as well. Some of them took 6 attempts, some took like 5 attempts. So I gotta fix my durabilities on these. But I've basically just been fishing for the last couple months because I haven't been feeling playing it all that much. So we've just been fishing. We're at Guru 18 now. We farmed up a little bit of money. So we had like 30 bill. We put it in here, and that's when we had to buy the couple trio manos to convert them over. But we sold one of the duos, but we're waiting to claim it until we have value back again. But we're working on our prize, or our prions, and then we're working towards getting our new tools. So I need to get the Manos hunting bag, I need to get the Manos ladle, the Manos flask, the Manos logbook, and then the Manos stone. So I need to get these right here because I have this. Then I need a higher tier Manos riding crop eventually, but yeah, I need to finish these up. And then tools wise, we have mostly Logia, so I just need to get a full Manos fucking shit going on, honestly. I just never really sat down to do anything crazy in this game. I mostly spent a lot of my time like doing some hunting and cooking and gathering materials and getting my my node network set up properly, and because the way my node work is set up right now is it's all for Valencia meals. So all of my nodes are set up for Valencia meals, and my nodes, I currently took it off, but I'm gonna fix it. Is set up for all of the processing goods to make trade packs. And now that the trade has changed, I was set up to go from Granada to Valencia, but now that that's changed, we're going from Valencia to all the way up here. So we're set up to go all the way to here to do trade goods. We just need to actually sit down and start processing the trade goods. So we have to process the goods and then get the workers to actually start making the goods, so then we can transport them and sell them. So I've been wanting to get my trade network set up for a long time. I just haven't got around to it. But now that we're selling all these fish, we're actually working on our trading level. Trading level hit master yesterday, like master 6 or something. So that's going up by selling all these extra fish and stuff. That's helping out. Yeah, so far, I think I make roughly about 1 billion a day from fishing at Velia. So it's not great, but I also don't take the time to do my daily guru turn-in boxes because I make roughly 200 mil profit per box, and I can do 200 boxes a day. I don't know what the math is on that. Was it 200 mil or 200,000? 200,000, sorry. It's 200,000 times 200. So I make about 40 mil a day by turning my boxes in. So I feel like that's not really worth my time to just log in, go over there, convert my boxes over, and sell them. Like it takes like 10 seconds, but I don't really feel like it's worth it. Don't just leave my guy just straight up fishing. And then, like I said, I make about 1 billion a day, roughly. then I could take that billion and reinvest it to buying stuff. The thing is, like, if I'm not gonna start doing guru boxes, because the thing is, like, you can buy Valencia meals off the marketplace and you can actually make a profit off of them every day by turning them into guru boxes and selling them. Like I said, you make about 200k profit per box per day. So depending on how many boxes you can do, that's 40 mil profit every single day. 40 mil times 30 days, you know, that's 400 times 3, it's like 1.2 billion a month. Not a lot of money overall. That's literally 1 day's worth of fishing. But it is profitable. So what I need to do is stop buying Valencia meals, because I just constantly keep buying them. I have a stockpile of fucking Valencia meals. And at this point, like, my node network is set up to just craft non-stop. Like, my node network is set up good enough to where I can literally permanently maintain the amount of meals I need, Valencia meals, to make guru boxes every day of my life. As long as I cook all the stuff. Right, spend the time cooking. But I need to spend time working on my processing to get my trade goods all, you know, set up and processing so I can start sending trade goods out. There's a lot of stuff I can work on. There's a lot of stuff I need to do. But reinvesting into prions and tools will definitely increase your profits per day as well. So that's kind of like what I'm working towards right now, is like getting all my tools set up. So once my tools are set up, I can start working towards my prions. And the nice thing about prion is since they can't go poop, technically as long as you have prawn, you can attempt upgrades over and over again without having to like worry too much. Well, you have the sniper and the regular matchlock? I personally don't really care for the sniper all that much. Purely just because I don't like the zoom in feature. It drives me insane. You have the training clothes for horse running, right? $765. Wait, $765 what? Like gear score? Interesting. Oh, nice. What class are you playing? Awakened Dragon? Interesting. I tried playing the Drac. I wasn't a huge fan. But I'm also a smooth brain. I like things that don't have a lot of like button combinations, right? For like the rotations. I felt like the Draken had a lot of abilities that I had to remember to use for like movement, repositioning, buffs, and stuff like that. It just felt like there was a lot of buttons to rotate. Unlike, say, a lawn, it's literally like 3 skills. Like you literally do like your directional like strafe left and right while holding like left and then right click, so you can get like 2 buffs. Pretty simple. Use like directional, like You know, you hold A plus left click and then D plus right click, or vice versa, or both of them in the same direction. Doesn't really matter. But you get like your offensive and defensive buff real quick, and then you literally just hold S and left click, or S and F, sorry, to do your little kick pendulum. That gives you super armor and frontal block or whatever, and defense. And then once that's done, you literally, it like pulls you forward to the mob, and then you just hold left and right click. And while you're spinning, you just hold right click, and then once you stop spinning, you go right into like a flurry spin attack, and then you just go right back into the pendulum kick. And from the pendulum kick into the double hold, into the hold right, into the pendulum kick, it's literally those 3 abilities you rinse and repeat. And the only time you don't go like in that free rotation is when you're stopped. Like every like rotation, you kind of do your left right strafe to rebuff, and then you just rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat, rinse. Just that's it. Literally the rotation. You can kill pretty much everything doing that. Like, don't get me wrong, when you get to like the really higher gear score area mobs, like you want to reposition a little bit more to like get more back attacks, or you know, prevent yourself from being like frontaled and stuff. But fucking, it's super chill and easy. I feel like the only other one that's relatively as easy is the I think it's the Awakened Guardian. It's like literally like 2 fucking buttons, and possibly the Succession Berserker, because most of his stuff is literally you spin to win, and you slam the ground. You shout and slam the ground. That's basically his 2 go-to abilities. So he like charges across the ground in like beast form, jumps into a group, spins, charges to the next group, jumps in, slams the ground, charges to the next group, spins, charges to the next group, slams the ground. Like he just rinse and repeats those 2 abilities. It's crazy. I don't know if you've ever watched Choice. He streams BDO quite often, and he's a Berserk main. It's hilarious watching him just grind things, because he literally just charges things and just jumps in and spins, charges things, slams the ground, charges things, spins, like over and over and over, and he just like wrecks them. Hilarious. He's the one that like kind of got me interested in trying a Berserker. I just haven't leveled it all the way. He's like level 57, and I haven't really put any effort into him, because I fell in love with the lawn while I was, because the Berserker was annoying to level, because there's like the class quest he had to do, and I died to the class quest like 30 times trying to kill the dude. So I had no idea. I'm really smooth brain when it comes to combat in that game. I really don't like combat. It needs to be super brain dead easy for me to actually understand it. So it was hard for me to like. It's hard for me to like learn new characters. Oh, Dark Knight. Sorry, I thought you were saying Draken. Dark Knight's cool as well. Yeah, Choice does try hard. He definitely does try hard. That's for sure. Yeah, like I said, I haven't figured the Berserker out quite yet. Like I said, he's only 57, and I was trying to find like a spammable ability that was just easy to farm with. And if you're saying it's just S plus right click, then that's chill. I'm down. I don't mind trying it out, getting him some gear, and giving him a shot, you know. Right now, he's just sitting in Pilgrims right now. Pretty sure that's where most of the people are, just chilling in Pilgrims. 'Cause I don't have a lot of character slots either. I never really spent any loyalty points or any money on buying character slots. So I only have like 7 characters or whatever it is. It's just I don't really enjoy playing new characters in BDO. Like I have a Musa. He's my first main character, the one I did all my skilling on. And I liked him because he was like a ninja-esque type character that had like a dash, and you know I didn't really do any combat, so I didn't really need to like combat with him. But I liked that he had a block. So whenever I used to do lions, I literally would just block, spin, kill them all, and then skin them all. That was before hunting was a thing for lions. So that's why I really like the Musa. Like then, that's why I played him. That's all I played. But now that life skill levels are count wide, I can do it on anybody. I don't have to play my Musa anymore. But I currently basically still play my Musa because he has all the weight increasements and bag increasements and stuff. So he has max bag space and pretty decent inventory space. Well, so I kind of just play on him instead of everybody else. No, you know what I'm pissed about, Hab? They removed the monthly 5 storage box unlock from loyalty, and I am fucking livid about it. I used to every month buy 5 loyalty boxes for my storage so I could max my storage out without having to swipe my credit card. And they removed that shit. I'm pissed. Like, actually pissed about it. I'll show you my storages. There's only one storage I've spent real money on, and that's because you couldn't buy it with loyalty points. Like, I don't have a crazy amount of storage, don't get me wrong. Like, you only do 5 boxes a month, so yeah, I've been playing for a long time, but not that long, right? But like, I have quite a lot of storage, right? So like, if we look like, so Valencia, not that much, right? I only put a couple boxes into here, which obviously gave me Olvia, right? This one I paid real money for because I like to do bartering, and I haven't done bartering in a while. But then you look, Heidel, I bought a small, like, a couple, like, I think it's like 2 months here just to get a couple extra spaces for. They don't need anymore. I think I did a couple here as well. But Caltheon, this is pretty much maxed, and I got rid of most of my storage in this city, right? I still have a couple, right? So I have these 4 up here that I was working towards getting rid of, and these 4 down here. It's literally all I have. I used to have every single storage thing here to max this out, and now I'm down to 8, right? But now I can't keep buying it because they got rid of it. So now I am stuck with this unless I spend real money. But on top of that, I was working on other places. So if you look, like I said, Calpheon has a ton, right? Keplin, 126, because I got Keplin at the same time. And then Trent got the same ones. So Keplin, Trent, like, they all have this. Now, this one has a few extra because I had to go and refund something. But, yeah. Like, this is where I was doing my processing because I was going from Trent to... I was processing here because that's where all the wood was before they allowed you to like move where the trees get sent to. But now all my trees are getting funneled to one spot, so I can go process in one place. I don't have to go move around or anything. But anyway, so this now has a bunch of storage that's not going to be used for much of anything. Same thing with Keplin. I throw a bunch of like horse shit in here. This is my main storage of Calpheon. Porphyria doesn't really have anything, right? And then you look at like my rest of the places, they have no storage. I started putting points into Valencia, and then they got rid of it. So now I'm pissed because now I can't max out my storage in Valencia without spending real fucking money. And if I'm going to do trade crates here, I need space, right? Because I need to process all the lumber or all the timber into planks so I can make them into boxes. Same thing with the ores. The ores got to get processed. You know, all the stuff has to get processed down into the processed form. So I need double the space just of what I have here. Obviously, I need to get rid of the dates and a few other miscellaneous things that don't belong here. Because the food needs to go over to Calpheon. So food and then Vermankin have to move over. But like all of my alchemy stuff, and all of my processing stuff is going to be here, and I need more space to basically do it. And it's just absurd. It's like, I'm going to need metal shard spots. I'm going to need all sorts of spots. And I'm just pissed that they got rid of it. Like, they redid it, and I don't mind that they redid it. I'm mad that they got rid of the monthly refreshments of certain things, right? Because they do technically have a thing. This, choose your resplendent storage box. I have this, and you can buy this, and it gives you a handful of storage for whatever you pick, but it's only a one and done. Like, even if they upped the price to like 2,000 per box or something, because it was 1,000 per box. Even if they upped it to like 2,000 per box, it should refresh every month. Maybe put this to 5,000. You buy one box, it gives you 8 storage things or whatever, right? Because see how it says it contains a storage box of +8 coupon. Since it's +8, and before you used to only get 5, and it was 1,000 each, double it, so make it like 16,000 points. Right? Make it 16,000 points and make it refresh every month. There's no way you're gonna get 16,000 points every month, but you know you can save it up and you can buy one every once in a while. I feel like that's good. And same thing with the character slots. And I know they did this so they can make sure they make more money. I don't hate them for that. They need to make money. I get it. You know, games need to survive. You know, you gotta make money to survive. I don't hate them for making money and looking out for themselves. I hate the fact that you took it completely away from us. Something we relied upon, something we enjoyed, we came to grown accustomed to, and you just take it away. That's just annoying. Super pissed about it. Alright, did we clear everything in this zone? It looks like it. Alright, so what do we need to do now? It does the resistance hideout. I don't know where that is. Then this is the gather the bloods in the desert, slay the guardians of the sanctum of flesh. I don't know where that is. And then the cult. So I'm assuming it's this one or this one. Where's the resistance hideout? That is the question. So small resistance, but they need help. I brought up several missions that require attention around the district. Speak with Captain Wolfert for more. Okay, where is he? Is he down here? Ah.
I'm pleased to hear that Hiram good on you. I believe.
Okay. Speak to so and so. Okay, so this person.
Captain Wilford, I'm talking about the.
Okay. So that's done, but they gave me another quest that doesn't seem to be on the list. Okay, cool. And then the other one is the living factor. Simply walk into Sanctum of Flesh and dispatch the monsters in charge of all of these acolytes. Okay, one single. Or whatever. Okay. Where is it? Fucking. Tell me where it's at, damn it. Oh, is it the factory? Is it the factory entrance? It says Sanctum of Flesh. Flesh warp? Oh, maybe it's this? Flesh wrapped enclave entrance? Maybe that's, I don't know. Am I crazy here? Am I just not seeing something? With your 30 characters left, yeah. Like, don't get me wrong, I don't mind spending money on the game because I love the game. But at the same time, like, some of that stuff just isn't worth my money. Like, for example, the
Can't open that.
the ship skins, right? The ones that give you a little bit more movement speed, brake speed, acceleration, stuff like that. That just make you look cool on the characters. Like, that's not worth $30 or however much it costs now. That's not worth that. For like, what, 3% acceleration or something like that? Even as a barterer or as a pirate, 3% acceleration isn't that much. I feel like that's not worth 30 fucking dollars. Like, even if you save up your points and you use your loyalty points for like a coupon discount for like 30 or 50% off, like $15, in my opinion, still is not worth 3 to 5% acceleration or some shit. Like, that's absurd. Oh, now we gotta go down here. Okay. Okay, we found what we're looking for. Alright, we're getting close to the end of the stream though, guys. We've got about 50 minutes left. So if you have anything specific you want to chat about, ask me about, or bring up, feel free to do it now so we have time to talk about it. Also, for all of you that do hang out and Twitch with us, if you haven't checked out the YouTube, I do live stream to both. You can always have them both open. Help a brother out, you know. Don't need to, obviously. I just throw it out there. Yeah, I wasn't sure if this was the entrance or not, the one you were talking about. Cause like it just said factory entrance. So I was like, factory? Okay. It said it wanted like sanctum of flesh, not a factory. So I was a little confused by what it was. Alright, so we got another level. We got 10 points to work with. We can finish that. You definitely recommended I do this and then pick this up, right? Alright, so I have this. Not a big deal. We just gotta get to... Jake, stop stepping on shit, cat! Go lay in your damn bed! I got two guys running around with me now. Up, brother, out! Whack-a-mole! More damage! More dots! More dots! Minus 50 DKP! Ooh. You know, one thing that I actually despise about this cycling skill? The body blocking. And then when you read this skill, it pisses me off even more because it literally says 100% chance to pass through enemies. But it's not talking about the cyclone itself. And that's what pisses me off. Like we talked about it before, I really despise the fact that they don't describe anything in their skills. They give you like a brief like synopsis of the skill and its backstory and you know Bob's his uncle and kind of bullshit, but they don't really specifically tell you what the fuck the skill does. And then they give you that weird generic bullshit underneath where it's like, oh, 100% chance to pass through. Okay, I'm expecting to be able to whirlwind through things like I am right here, and there's times where I can't. Where I'm literally just body blocked on a mob and I can't move through it. If I had a 100% chance to pass through mobs, I wouldn't ever get body blocked. Even on bosses. Like right now, like, see how I was like body blocked there? And my character just sits there and just punches. Oh, that shit pisses me off. Oh, Hap, did you see? I mean, I don't pay attention that much to like updates and stuff because it requires me to read. But did you see that they changed the worker purchasing? They made it so much smoother. Okay, relic? Hell yeah. Okay. I'm pretty sure I ran through this whole place and I have no way to get into this door.
I can't open that.
Huh? Did I go the wrong way? Oh, okay. Okay. Up to rank 5. Wait, what's rank 5? What are we talking about? Sorry. Wait, what? Workers max out at... What? That, I don't know anything about that. I didn't even know there was rank 5 workers. Because there's white, green, blue, yellow, oh, red. Okay, you might be right. Yeah. So what about them? I don't know what you mean rank 10. What? Oh, no. I was talking about BDO. Sorry. I was like, what? Say hello. Yo, Thor, what is going on, my friend? How are you doing? How was your sleep and your days and stuff and things? Appreciate you stopping in. You don't do much to the BDO workers? I mean, you should at least set it up for some sort of down the road process. For example, AKA alchemy, like getting saps, which also gets you logs for trading, excavation nodes for traces, things like that. So that way, like, you just have them stockpiling for you while eventually one day you go to use them. That's the best thing you can do with them. Right, but what I was gonna say is they changed it so before it was a pain in the ass because you had to take you had to log into your character, you had to navigate him to the worker guy, and you had to click, you know, hey, view next or view continuously, whatever, and it'll go through all your energy, and then okay, I didn't find anybody. You log into that character, you log into the next guy. Rinse and repeat, right? Now, you can go there on one character, your main character. You can just swing by whenever you have chance, You can click on them, and you can tell it what character you want it to use energy from and what city you're looking for NPCs at. It's so much nicer, so you can spam through your energy looking for workers without having to character hop and town hop. So much nicer. And also, when it comes to feeding them, they auto feed while you're online if you have food in your family inventory. So just put a bunch of bird meat in your family inventory and they will auto eat. When they get empty, they will eat one bird. Every single time they get empty, they will eat one bird. So to give them like 3 to 4 energy, so they'll be able to process for a little longer until you run out of bird in your thing. So what I do is, like, when I log on, I put 700 birds in my my family, because I have my infinite potion in my family pouch, so it takes up 30 space. So I put 700 birds in there, and then I manually feed them from my personal inventory to be full, and I click just repeat all. I do that once a day. I have a full thing of goblins. Like, I have literally a full thing of goblins, and I only have to do it once a day. Like, I'm not kidding. I have 62 workers, technically 61 workers, and I think 59 of them are artisan goblins. So it's very easy to keep them fed. Like, this guy, I have to sell and buy a new either yellow or artisan. This guy I have to sell and do another one with. I think this one, there's one on this one I just tried to upgrade and he failed again, so I'm gonna level him a little bit more before I sell him. And I don't know why I have this one, but it's so easy now with the auto eat from the family, and the fact that you could literally just use one character to spam looking for workers. It's so nice, and it's worth doing. It's just straight up free passive money, like, because you can buy the birds, and, like, not even exaggerating, even if you had like workers just getting you like corn and stuff like that, right? Or even if you had people like tending your farms or whatever, the money you make from those materials by far outweighs the cost of the birds. Or if you buy beer. I mean, I would prefer you buy birds over beer, but if you want to do cooking, you put a couple workers on the bird nodes in Velia, and you get so much birds from those workers that you just craft you cook the birds, and you have an infinite supply of energy for them. You take one day and you go and make like 20,000 bird meat, and that'll last you like a year. like no joke. Like, it'll last you like so fucking long, like maybe a couple months or whatever, and then you go and just, oh, let's go craft another 20,000. You know what I mean? Like, do that like once a month, if not less, maybe once every 2 or 3 months, and you get a little cooking in, and you get free money basically. Get to eat better than you? I mean, you'd be surprised, man. They eat pretty good. Mine gets grilled bird meat. My horse only gets carrots. Well, do you want any advice from me, as I've done almost all the worker like information lookups? That's the main thing I focused on when I started playing the game, was digging into the worker empires, and that's all I cared about. That's why my gear is really bad. That's why I don't really have good gears. I spent most of my time farming contribution points, to get my worker empire set up. And I've spent almost all of my energy on getting workers. Like, mine's not min-max because there's certain nodes that are better to use giants on, some nodes that are better to use humans on, and then there's obviously, if you're trying to super min-max, when you purchase a worker, if it doesn't start with one of those, you know, worker speeds per levels or movement speed per levels on as a level 1, it doesn't have as much movement speed as if, you know, the ones that do start with those. So those are like the min-maxy people that are really trying to juice out as much as they can out of it. But I'm not that hardcore into it. But I can go over with you. Like I said, we got like 30 minutes. I can sit down and, like, you know, explain or answer any questions or give you some information that you're looking for, if you want. I've watched hundreds of videos on it, read so many forum posts on it over the years. It's crazy. Jump off a mountain. Oh my god, so one of my viewers, she doesn't come around all that often until it's like super early, like maybe in like another 30 minutes she'll come around. But I'm playing BDO and she has a Pegasus one day. We were just, you know, I was streaming and she's like, oh my god, I'm stuck! I was like, what happened? She ran her Pegasus off of a cliff and landed on a tree that was like over a cliff. And she's stuck on this tree over the ground. She's like, I can't get off this tree. And she ended up falling off and killing her horse and herself. And afterwards, she's like, oh wait, I was on a Pegasus. it was pretty funny. I didn't swap or anything for me to just talk about it. It's like the general idea of the node network hub is there's no right or wrong way to do it. You set it up for whatever your goals are. There's multiple goals. There's trade network, right? So you set it up for trade goods, so you can craft your own trade goods, or you can sell trade goods, like materials that people use to make trade goods, like trade crates and stuff like that. So there's that method, which is a very simple method, obviously, right? So it's pretty simple. You pick up like ores and you pick up like trees and stuff like that, and you get byproducts from both of those. You get like gems and jewels and snaps and stuff like that, which you can use for other things, and you can sell that to alchemists. So that's like, you know, free money if you want to just sell it all in the marketplace, or you set it up for cooking, right? So you get all the cooking nodes you need to make like a specific meal you're setting up for it to do, right? Or you set it up for alchemy, or you set it up for your own trade goods, or you set it up for bartering, or you can do a combination of all of those, right? Or you can just set it up for pure money, right? Set it up for like easy nodes that you know will just easily sell, that, you know, have good value, and you just set it up for that. So that way you're not really worried about using the materials. You're more or less just using your guys to farm materials that you can turn around and just sell in the marketplace regardless of what it's for. So there's lots of different ways you can go about it. And like I said, there is the min-maxing method of like using giants for certain nodes and using goblins for other nodes and so on and so forth. So there is like tools and guides and worksheets and a whole bunch of slew of other things that people have created and designed that actually have these like min-max like information built into a thing for it that literally tells you, hey, if you want this node, this is the min-maxed best worker to use on this node with these stats. And like they've gone in super detail on some of these programs and like worksheets. Some people have a lot of free time on that. So you take it as seriously as you want, and my recommendation is don't take it very seriously, because the difference between a min-max one and like a semi just decent one is very minor, like 1 to 2% difference. It's not much of a fucking difference. I think the most you'll see is like a 5% difference between using like a really good like min-max goblin versus a regular goblin, like a goblin that's not min-max. Like a 5% difference at best. Now there are a few nodes that if you are to use a goblin versus a giant, the giant might have like 20% more resources and vice versa. You know, if you're not using the correct one. But at the end of the day, I don't care that much about it. Like I said, I'm not trying to min-max. I'm using it as passive income. I'm using it as passive materials so I can work on stuff later down the road whenever I get around to doing it. I'm not that interested in like a couple extra $1 million an hour or whatever, right? What the fuck ever. But it's pretty clear cut and dry and pretty simple. And what's really nice is now that they have the built-in thing where you can tell it where you want it to drop the goods off, you can consolidate all your goods into like a specific place instead of having to have so much storage across your entire board to make sure everything can fit. Because that was a really annoying part about it. Is, you know, you had your guys farming in Trent for wood, but then you had people farming Trent in Velia, and you had people farming Trent, you know, in a couple of other places. But you had all this wood in so many different locations, you had to have inventory spots in all those locations for all the different woods. So you had like, you couldn't consolidate it all and save yourself inventory slots. It was really annoying. But now you can. It helps out with inventory a lot. God, really fucking hurts. And just slam the ground again. That fucking hurt. That was a little rough. Yeah, I think self-sustaining the bird meat is the best thing to do. So here's the thing, is almost 99% of the population, anytime they start talking about no networks, they're like, oh, we recommend you put all your guys on corn and potatoes and just make yourself beer. I'm gonna tell you right now, that's the wrong thing to do. Bro, this guy is dicking on me. Bro, leave me alone. Yeah, I agree, Thor. I agree, my friend. Oh, I gotta run all again. But yeah, let me finish this boss, Herb, and I'll pull up my video really quick at the end of the stream here, and I'll just kind of give you a quick synopsis, right? 'Cause there's a few okay, so here's the quick down and dirty like thing about the whatchamacallits? The nodes. The more people that use the nodes that are like actively like having workers working, the longer it takes you to get resources from the node, right? So what I mean by that is, if a node isn't really used by very many people, the amount of work speed required to like gather materials and bring it back to base is a lot less, right? So one node might only take you 20 minutes to get there and back and bring resources, but on another node it might take you 2 or 3 hours, right? So that does play that plays slightly into the idea of like what nodes you might want to invest into, because, you know, for example, the excavation nodes typically are longer to process, right? So a excavation node, because it gives you traces, and it's the only way to like reliably get free traces, which is what most people set their nodes up for, is to get traces so they can use it for alchemy and other things. The traces take a long time to actually acquire, right? Even if you have a goblin that's min-maxed to its fullest, it still takes you hours because there's so many people on that node working it, right? But if you were to do something like copper over in Velia, less people are doing copper, right? So, oh, 3 phases? Can you just fucking die? So yeah, so that might play a little bit of a factor into what you might want to invest into, because of the amount of work or the time that it takes them to do the node or whatever. Because the amount of time you spend on it might not equate to more money. You know what I'm saying? It's not like just because it took you 2 hours to get that resource doesn't mean that that resource is going to be worth more than something that might take you. There's a lot of math that goes into it, because like you might get 1 trace from a 2-hour node that's worth like, let's say 80k, but you might get 30 corn from a 30-minute process, you know, in Velia, and that corn might only be worth like 800 each. But if you get 30 of them, it could make up for it. Obviously, that math obviously doesn't make sense. But you get what I'm trying to say. Hopefully.
You cannot stop us. We are the ether itself.
This motherfucker just needs to die already.
You cannot stop us. We are the ether itself. Your empire is fallen. People slaughtered. The ether realms are left for you to hack and destroy.
Like I said, if you have any specific questions, feel free to ask. And when I'm done with this boss fight, I'll answer it best I can. But I was gonna just, like I said, I'll just give you the quick, dirty rundown explanation, show it to you a little bit. Okay, we fucked up hard. We fucked up hard. Stop hitting me. Don't hit me, 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 don't hit me.
Stop us. We are the ether itself. You cannot stop us. We are the ether itself.
I got really lucky there. Woo! Let's go! This didn't even drop anything good. Oh, but these did. What the fuck? Oh. Hell yeah. Let's go. I'm not mixed worried. No, I get it. Like, and they made the upgrading process much easier than it used to be. So as long as you you purchase the yellows and then you just upgrade the yellows, because it's a 50% chance for them to upgrade from yellow to orange, and every 10 levels they get a promotion chance, and the promotion only takes 8 hours. It used to take 24 hours, which was obnoxious. But now it's only 8 hours, and like I said, it's so much easier now. So I wouldn't, like, it's just something that if you're already AFK fishing and you're just chilling and you're grinding money and materials, you're just throwing away free money by not just having bird meat on you. Honestly. All right, so I think that's it for this for the night. Like I said, I'll pull it up really quick. I don't want to go super in detail or super crazy with it, but the long and the short of it is, you kind of go through the nodes. You can pull up websites to like help you. So you can search for a node. You'd be like, all right, I want, let's say you're looking for ash timber, right? Or ash sap specifically. You can type in ash sap and it'll show you all the nodes that have ash sap. So then you can be like, all right, let's look for these nodes. And then you can figure out what you're looking for. So it's one of those trying to figure out what you want to make money with, what you want to sell for. But these nodes here, the excavation nodes, you have to navigate, you have to manually go there and unlock these ones. So you have to go to the ancient stone chamber and you have to talk to the node manager and spend like 10 points of energy to unlock this node, right? And as you can tell, like 95, it's got 5% left and it's got 4 minutes left. So this takes roughly an hour and a half, hour and 45 minutes to complete. And it basically gives me gold and traits of nature. And then you look to see like where that's going. I'm pretty sure it's going to Valencia. So I have 125,000 traces of nature by now, and this is years in the making, FYI. Years. And then I have 13,000 gold. So it's not guaranteed you're going to get the secondary nodes. So like, for example, this one being ash timber and ash sap, it's not guaranteed you're going to get ash sap every time, right? It's not guaranteed you're going to get the trace every time from this node here. So anyway, the way I have mine set up is I have potato. So I have potatoes and I have chicken. And I have potatoes and I have chicken. Thing is what most people are going to tell you to do, and I wholeheartedly disagree because I think they do it so people don't do what the good method is they put you on corn nodes. Wherever the corn nodes are. Okay. They put you on the corn nodes, which I do as well because I use them for other things. But they put you on the corn nodes and they say, hey, take this corn and turn it into beer. Right? They want you to make beer. Beer's really easy to make. Super, super, super easy. It gives you 2 worker stamina, right? Per beer. So 700 of these is only 1400 stamina. Right? But if you have the upgraded version, which is 3 stamina part, right? It's obviously a little bit more. But they sell from 3,000 to 6,000 each. Because this is what most people spam, and this is what most people use for things. But look at bird meat. It's a little bit more expensive, 4,000 and 9,000. But it gives 3 and 4, so it's more stamina. So it's 1 extra stamina for like 1,000 extra gold. So instead of 3,000 for 2, it's 4,000 for 3. Better ratio, in my opinion, for money. And then this one, instead of 8,000 for 3, it's 9,000, almost 10,000 for 4. So you can buy them this way, or you can sell excess. Because beer is not useful for anything other than this. Same thing with the bird meat. And the bird meat is very easy to farm. You get so much flipping bird meat, and it's so easy to cook. Literally, it takes 2 bird meat, a deep frying oil, cooking oil, and salt, and you make bird meat. And everything except for the bird meat comes from the vendor. You go to the vendor, you buy a handful of fucking deep fryer and cooking oil and salt, and then you put a bunch of meat in your inventory and you cook a bunch of bird meat and you're done. Yeah. Take all the chicken, fucking make it all. But yeah, just make that all into grilled bird meat, and like I said, just keep it in your family inventory. Like I said, that's all I do. I leave it in my family inventory, and then as they work their way down, like as this guy gets to 0, he'll eat a bird meat, and then he'll eat a bird meat, and he'll eat a bird meat. But you see how like this guy's taking 30 something minutes to finish this goblin cave, which is a lumbering. This guy's about to finish 1 hour and 23 minutes for this. He actually got 3 traces from that. Traces are worth 120k each right now, so that's a $360,000 for 1.5 hours. Not too bad. Like I said, he doesn't always get that much, so it varies. You'd have to do them, you have to guesstimate it out, but not too bad. Versus like a lumbering guy bringing back like 18 pine, which is worth 1,500 each. Like this guy brought back 40 pine. That's huge. What's that? Like 15,000 times 4. That's like 60,000 worth of logs. And this guy brought back 29 maple logs. Like, so all these logs add up, but they, like, you see how I got maple sap as well. I got old tree bark, which is worth some stuff. I got other saps. Then you get the spirit leaves as well. And sometimes like certain ones will give you straight up planks if you have the right ones set up. Anyway. So if you're setting up, so if you want to set up for just money, you want to go for things that people are constantly buying, right? So you want to pay, you want to like look at the marketplace, you want to see what is like average exchange price, quantity? I don't know exactly how to, like, you might have to Google this part, but you want to find things that are constantly being bought and sold, right? Like, so for example, like, or something that always has a pre-order. So like milk, for example. Right? Milk is something you could do, but I don't think the workers actually give you the milk. You have to go and manually get the milk. So you would want to go to something like, where is the materials? Yeah, so materials, and you want to go to like here, and then you want to check, right? So coal. Call is empty, but there's no pre-orders up. There's a little bit, but nothing much. But you could put coal's coming back up. You want to wait for it to go up, but then you could like sell coal. Coal's not a bad one. Coal is really easy. You can stockpile this, wait for it to hit a high mark, and sell it all. I wouldn't worry about knock ore because it's actually really expensive contribution points to get. But then, you know, you got other things on here like platinum. You can get some platinum. You just kind of scroll through these and kind of see what you can work with. So like there's not much of powder of time available right now. And this is something that's used I think in bartering. But anyway, yeah, you can go through like a lot of these, like because you can get plants, you can get whatchamacallit, planks, logs, saps. Like saps are always like, look, you see what I mean? Max. And the reason why is because there's a lot of alchemists that have a high enough mastery that no matter how expensive the saps are, they still make a profit crafting stuff. So these are always going to be bought out. So saps are a really easy way for you to like just dump unless you want to save for your own alchemy, right? So saps are definitely not bad if you just want to, if you don't care about the items and you just want to sell it for money. You also got some mushrooms you could work with as well. Some mushrooms are obtainable. I wouldn't worry about like those types of flowers because you'd have to actually manually farm those. Seeds. There's some method to the madness on seeds as well, but I wouldn't focus on seeds all that much. Seeds is its own beast in itself that you'd have to actually look up. There's like a seed method where there's like seed plants and stuff that you can go and farm. So I'd probably ignore this section. Leathers you can't really do. Bloods you can't really do. Meats, technically you can do chicken. Oh, like I said, I wouldn't do chicken. There's already a bunch of it on the market. Yeah, basically just boils down to things like cooking honey, which obviously there's a shit ton up here. Like traces, things like flax, because this is used in bartering. But someone already has a bunch listed, so I wouldn't like it's dead. You have to go through these and find out what works and what doesn't work. But the main thing is going to be the top two here is ores, gems, and plants, the main ones. And then traces. Right. Traces are another thing. Because there's always a lot, but they're always worth a lot. They're always used. So the main thing you're trying to shoot for is, I'll just show it to you really quick. Because like I was telling you before, the way you can purchase NPCs now is different than what it used to be. So it's a lot easier. Because like I said, you used to have to get on different characters to do this and go to the direct city. But if you actually go and just on the main character you're on and just swing by the guy, right? You can select what character you want to spend resources on, right? Let's say you want to go to this guy and you wanted to buy somebody for Olvia, right? Oh, and then you just like view consistently and try and find somebody you want, right? So if you don't have good workers right now, because you said you had 31 workers and you said you didn't have any artisans, so what you should shoot for is personal preference. But if you leave your game running all the time and you're gonna have food on you in your family inventory, I would recommend humans or goblins. Goblins have the fastest movement speed, and those ones are best used for long distance nodes, like nodes that are kind of further away. So let me get back to fishing really quick. So you want to use it for like, so he's in Belia, right? You would use goblins for these nodes because they're kind of farther away, right? If you were getting people in Heidel and you wanted them to like farm these, you would want to use goblins for these further nodes, right? But if you're going from like Heidel to like the node next to it, right? Or even maybe the second node, humans aren't bad. because they have better luck chances. Luck chances are good for those secondary materials I was telling you about. So if you're trying to get more saps, more luck means more sap. In theory, not by much. It's like a 2% difference, if that. The main thing that you're looking for is movement speed and worker speed. The worker speed is really what determines how fast they complete the objective. Like I was telling you before, this node takes like an hour and a half, right? But if you look at my worker that's on it, you look at him, he has 155 work speed and 8.8 movement speed. Movement speed just basically just reduces the amount of time it takes him to get there and get back, which indirectly lowers the working time. The working time is the main thing here, though, because the minimum work speed when no one's working it is like a specific number, and for each person that's working it, that number goes up. So if there's too many people working it, no matter how much working speed you have, you cannot get it down to the base speed, which I think is 20 minutes is the fastest you can do it. I think 20 minutes is the minimum speed that you can get it to. But it can go up to like a max of like a crazy enough, like 8 hours, 12 hours, 24 hours, like depending on how many people are doing it. So when you're readjusting this guy, right, you want to make sure you're getting anything that increases work speed. And then sometimes you can put some luck on them. It's fine. And a handful of movement speed isn't bad either. It'll help. So you just make the decision if you want humans, because like I said, humans have less movement speed, right? I don't have a human to show you, but basically what it boils down to is their movement speed and their energy are opposites, right? So the less energy they have, the more movement speed they have. So a giant would have like 30 something energy, but they would be really slow. So the movement speed would really cuck them, even though they have a lot of energy. The thing is that if you're active, if you're playing the game, and you're able to feed them, the amount of energy they have doesn't matter. That's why giants are only useful in like really close quarter situations under certain nodes specifically, because they have like a specific bonus for being giant doing certain activities. It's very niche on when a giant's better than a goblin. I'm actually going to get rid of a worker because I remember I told you I needed to get rid of one. So it was this guy. He's in Calpheon. Get rid of the Calpheon guy. I'll fire him, and then we'll just roll for a Calpheon guy. So, change. We'll go to him. We'll go to Calpheon, and then yeah. So, like I said, work speed 60, movement speed 35, right? And then you can see his current stamina is like 8. So he's a green. You don't really want to pay attention to him. Do again. Sometimes these will change too. From green to green, they could have better working speed or better or worse working speed. But you see how he has less working speed and less movement speed, but he has more stamina and more luck. So the luck and the movement speed kind of go hand in hand, and the stamina and the work speed kind of go hand in hand. Or sorry, the work speed and the stamina go hand in hand, and then movement speed and stamina, and then luck and work speed kind of go hand in hand. And then I wanted to find a giant so I can show you. Okay, this is another human. As you can tell, 17, but his movement speed is kind of meh, right, comparatively to like a goblin. And once again, this is a gray, so you can't really comparatively choose. See how he has like work speed is really bad, his luck is really bad, his movement speed is really bad, but he has high stamina. So these guys are technically like the fucking worst of the worst. All right, here's a good one. So if you wanted humans, this would be a good pick. And the reason I say that is because at the yellow, when you level him to level 10, you can try the promotion. 50% chance of success. You get 4 chances per yellow. So it's not worth, because I think on average it's 2,500 energy to get 1 artisan to pop up. And it could be a giant, could be a human, it could be a goblin. Right? So it's better just to pick the yellows, level them up, attempt the promotions. If they fail by the time they're like level 30, sell them or keep them until 40, and then try the 40 and then sell them at 40 like I do. I only do that because I'm lazy. If you're efficient, you would do that. You would do their level 10 and level 21, and if it failed, just buy a new one because they can level to 20 really fast. Leveling to 30 takes a little bit of time, and leveling to 40 takes forever. But anyway, we'll just do a quick view continuously. I'm looking for a goblin, so this is why it's so easy. Because once I run out of energy on this guy, I'll move to Nova, and I'll move to this guy, and I'll move to this guy, and move to this guy, and then I'll go through all my energy super fast. I'm getting really unlucky with the yellows right now. Oh, it's 2 artisans. That's huge. Like I said, there are websites to give you the min max methods of which ones you want. So like occasionally the whatchamacallit, the giants can be better. I'm just not that worried about it. I go pure goblins for the movement speed and work speed because they have the highest work speed and the highest movement speed. But they have the lowest stamina and they have like mediocre luck. So I feel like they're the best all-rounder ones since you can leave the game active and you can freely feed them from your family. The reason giants were so good back in the day and why more people used them back in the day was because you left your game AFKing, but you couldn't automatically feed them, right? And since you couldn't feed them, okay, so compare this. This giant has 60 work speed when a yellow human has 70 work speed, right? And then a goblin has more like 90. And then it gets even better when you get to artisan, right? But his movement speed is way less than both. So, but anyway, so since you couldn't auto feed from a human or from your family tree, giants were used more often for people that were AFKing long periods of time because they would work for longer. Here we go. Boom. Okay. And then let's put him back to work. We'll hire another one. Wanted wheat. Start working, and then where is the other page? Guy is Portfolio. So this one's my fish one. This. Oh. Yeah, that's it. So to start, it's best just to put on a bunch of yellows. Like I said, I would just put on a bunch of fucking goblins and just call it a day. That's literally what I would do. And then when you have more energy, do another purchase run through. And just buy, literally, that's all I would do. Just buy all the yellow goblins you can.
Do me a favor, please.
And rinse and repeat.
Get out of here.
That's all I would do.
Get out of here, man. Shit, I'm saying.
It's that simple. And then you put them into work. You just fill up with, the chicken. Call it a day. Boom. There we go. All right, I got my 2. I'll put them back to work. I'll level them up, and then I'll try for their promotions tomorrow. And rinse and repeat. As I said, it's much easier now than it used to be. It used to take 24 hours for the upgrades. They used to max out at level 30. It used to take forever to get those, and the percentages for upgrades were like 15% or 20%. It was much less than it is now. So it was a lot harder to get artisans back in the day. So now doing it is super, super easy. But yeah, look at this. To fish 2.5 hours to get fish. That's crazy. And I only do it because I use the fish to craft feed and stuff. So I use this to get feed. I use the potatoes. Believe it or not, when you're cooking, anything that requires like a dough, potato dough counts as 2 doughs, which is something you don't really hear or see very often. People ever talk about. I found it in one location one time, and I've never seen it since. But anytime you're cooking something, like let's take a BDO Valencia meal. Whatever loads. Gonna load. Also, mate, appreciate you. Take it easy. Have a good rest of your night. Thanks for being here. Hope you had a good time. And yeah, I'll catch you tomorrow, man. Okay, that one's not loading, so we'll just here. All right. So, looking at this, right? Oh, I'd have to expand it all. Okay, so see how over here. So the TEF doesn't count. That's something different. One of these parts takes dough. Try to find it really quick. So see how it says corn dough right here to make fig pie. Instead of using 2 corn dough, so you can use any dough usually, you can use 1 potato. Right. And then wheat flour, right? Since this takes 1 wheat flour, there's no reason using potato here because it's a 1-to-1 ratio. Anyway, so this is where you would want to use the corn to make your essence of the corn. You use the corn here, and then you use the potato here. It takes 2. It saves you so much corn. And then like the vinegar here, it takes wheat, but wheat could be a lot of other things as well. It doesn't have to be wheat. It could be corn, barley, it could be any of these. So I do wheat just because it's an extra material that I can have people gathering just to provide stuff. But I use the potato to grind down and make dough. I use the corn to do sometimes vinegar. I use it for this down here for the flour, so on and so forth. Or like I can grind the wheat and I could just use the wheat flour to do these up here. But I always use the potato because I only need 1. That's something that nobody ever talks about. But that's why I do potato and corn. I use corn for one, I use potato for the other, and I use the chicken to make my energy stuff. And then from there, like I said, my network specifically isn't so much for money as it is for my trade network. So I have lumber, I have lumber over here, and then I have ores. So I have zinc, powder of time, platinum, ores. I have cotton over here for bartering. Then I have more zinc and stuff like that. And I have like figs and teff and nutmeg, date palms for all my cooking. A lot of this is all cooking out here. So this is nutmeg, figs, dates, teff bread, date palms. You can do pistachios for bartering items as well, for making, and date palms over here. And then I have like a lot of trees over here for trade goods. I have coal over here, and then I have cedar for trees. So like I said, it's mostly about like ores, gems, saps, trees. I use the saps for alchemy, I use the trees, and I use the ores for trade boxes. And then anything else is like mostly all food related, and then we got traces for also alchemy. That's why mine is set up the way it is. It's not so much for selling purposes to make money, but it's for doing professions to make money. So I gather all the resources instead of having to buy the resources from other players. I manually farm them myself, stockpile them, and then I just do my professions to level my professions to then sell all my profession crafted stuff to make money that way. Because in the long run, once you level up and get enough mastery, you'll make more money doing the professions than you will selling the goods. That's how processing works. Like the reason processing goods sell so well is because, like, if you look at the trees, right? Like these right here, people are dumping trees, right, for 2,700. But if you have a high enough processing level, you could burn through these so quickly, like a processing mastery. You burn through them so quickly, and you can turn around and sell the maple into a plank. And you usually get 2.5 planks per process of right. So 5 timber into 2.5 of these. Let's just say 2 to be safe. So let's just say 2,800 for this versus 3 times 5, like 15, right? So you might spend 15,000, or these might cost you 15,000 to, like, if you were to sell them or if you were to buy them, 15K. But then this is going to give you 28,000. So it's literally a profit right there. And that's just saying if you get, you only get 2 times, and usually you get 2.5 times, sometimes 3 times. I think there's a way to also randomly proc the higher tier one as well by luck. I'm not 100%. But you can also take it a step further. You can take these and process them up even further. So it takes 10 of these to make one of these. So if these are like, 1,400, that's 140,000. You making like 2 of them, quote unquote, right? So it's 140K to probably make, this probably is a loss, or it's like really close, but it might be a profit to go to the next one. Who knows? These ones I think are, the reason they're so low is because I think you can get a random rare proc to get a actual plywood when you're making planks, and then these are just byproducts. But that's why processing is so easy, because like you can just set up your network for these, sell these, and people are going to buy the shit out of them to process them down into this. But it's usually best used for ones for trade crates specifically. That's why certain ones are usually empty. Like Arcadia is empty at all times with pre-orders up, right? And then you got not very many at the top here, obviously, because most of them are being heavily farmed. But the same thing holds true for ores as well. There's a handful of ores that work for trade boxes that don't pop up all that often. Or they do, but not a lot of people. These can only be obtained manually farming, so you won't ever find logs on there. Yeah, metal shards, like you get copper and then you turn them into shards, and people buy the shit out of shards because they don't really want to spend the time processing. Because like the traders, they make a lot of money off doing the trade crates. They make more money just buying these materials from players that are processing than they do actually spending the time to process. But anyway, it's kind of like the goal of it is just set it up for passive income and just forget about it. Like I said, just make sure you have burn on you and just let it go. Really simple. My only recommendation, like I said, is hire whatever you can right now to fill your slots. But as you get some more energy, fire some of the blue ones, or if you have green ones or worse ones, if they're not yellow, or if they're not the type you want, like let's say you have giants and you don't want giants, get rid of one giant, use all your energy to try and get a goblin. Then rinse and repeat that every week until you finally fill up all your character slots. And then do a little bit of Googling to figure out what nodes you want to pick up. So like I said, if you want to focus on Temper, go Google BDO, node list or some shit, and like figure out what nodes have timber in it, and just go and pick them all up, buy the people in the places they need to be, and send them all out and make them do what they got to do. It's really simple. Anyway, I'm gonna get out of here. 5:15 almost. I'm tired. I'm hungry. And yeah, it was fun. If you have any questions, hit me up in the Discord. If any of you haven't joined the Discord and you want to join the Discord, feel free. The only thing I ask is don't be a dick. If you have any gaming questions, ever need any help, ever want to show something off, share something, or help somebody else out, feel free. And if you haven't checked out the YouTube, I would appreciate that as well. Come swing by, watch a video or two. I do live stream there as well simultaneously. So, if you want to watch both at the same time, I would appreciate that. If not, hey, watch a video or two, share with a friend, thumbs up, comment, anything would be appreciated. Help me out where you can. We're up to 148 subs on YouTube. I'm trying to get to 1,000 so we can finally monetize it. Cross fingers, maybe one day. But I appreciate you guys. Like I said, hope you enjoyed the stream. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Hopefully we'll see you guys tonight. We'll be back on tonight. We're on grinding some more Grim Dawn. I think we finally somewhat finished the campaign. Not 100%. We'll try and squeeze out a bunch of these quests and figure out what we're doing next tomorrow. But I appreciate you guys. As I said, I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Have a good rest of your day. If you need me in the meantime, hit me up in the Discord. I'll talk to you guys later. Bye, 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 bye. See you guys.